Battery 100%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
Mark Kelly is a better choice. Mark Kelly is a Democratic senator out of Arizona. He actually, when John, hey guys, it's your girl Melanie, and it looks like Kamala Harris has picked her running mate, and that is Governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Now, I knew the last two candidates that were in the running were Mark Kelly and Josh Shapiro. I think Mark Kelly is a better choice. Mark Kelly is a Democratic senator out of Arizona. He actually, when John McCain died, there was a special election done, and he won John McCain's seat, which was held by a Republican, who was John McCain. Then 2 years later, he then won again in an actual election against a MAGA Republican candidate, and he won his.
All right. Probably how you feel when you guys are listening to me. Get to the point, you probably think. Get to the point. That's probably what you're thinking when I start talking. My eyesight is not what it used to be. Finger motion is $1.99, down 3 cents. Created is the only thing green on my screen. It's up. It's low volume. You can do what you want. I wouldn't trust it because reportedly, although I haven't found it anywhere, I'm not a shareholder anymore. I took a massive loss in Created. I think I took, anyway, it doesn't matter how much. It was huge. So I don't have it anymore. So I haven't received any notification. But if it's true that they are doing another reverse split, this is just to suck people in and make it look like it's working, and then they'll reverse it, and then the reindeer games will start all over again, and Jeremy can say that, hey, it's not Lynn Partners after a bunch. That's my opinion. Hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe he's on to something this time. This time will be different. Ever hopeful that this time will be different. I can't get a quote for some reason. There it is. DJT is down to at $30. I think this stock is under pressure because I actually think Kamala Harris can win this election, quote unquote win. She can win it. That's my opinion. I don't want to be provocative, but I went to 270 to win, pulled it up. She just needs Pennsylvania. She just picks Shapiro. She just needs Georgia, which according to polls is now in play again, because we all know Georgia is the bluest of blue states. I mean, in the 1960s, that's the place you'd want to be if you were a liberal, is in Georgia. Anyway, so she just needs Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, and if they, Kimberly Cheadle that, they got those two states, and then it's just Arizona, as far as I can tell. So we should not expect, in my opinion, we should not presume. What they need to do is get the polls that the media announces close enough. Keep her back. You've got the Olympics, you got the Democratic convention, and then you might have an event of some kind that changes our world in September. You might. You could have war, but they just keep her back other than debates. And Trump's in a very difficult position. She can attack Trump, but as a older, larger, misogynist, racist, he cannot attack her, even though she pretends to be African American. He can't call that out on stage. He can't point out that she had a privileged background. Anyway, I don't want to go off on it, but he's in a tough spot. If he attacks her, because a man cannot hit a woman. A man cannot hit a woman. And if he does it with his words, it's going to be really tough for him. So I hope he maintains his gentlemanness and doesn't. But guys, you got to get ready for a Kamala Harris presidency. Even if Trump were to win the election, if the Democrats were, I believe it's separated by one vote right now, but if the Democrats were able to control the House after this election, or if it's just close and you've got some rhinos that come over in January after they're sworn in, the House can decide that Trump was an insurrectionist, however you say it, insurrectionist, and strip him of his electoral college votes. And then the House would vote who the next president would be. My guess is that would be Kamala Harris. So I'm not trying, as ever, unfortunately, I let my point of view show. It's not so much for political, because I really don't care to get into a battle. I'm not going to, people who don't see what I'm saying are not going to agree. I don't care. I'm not trying to convince anybody. But what you have to prepare for, I can think of one thing. Taxes are going to go up. When she is president, corporate taxes apparently will go to 35%. That's going to change our economic life. If she follows through on Joe Biden's capital gains tax, long-term and short-term will be 50% capital gains plus the Obamacare penalty. So it's like 54.25%. Now I'm not adjusting it. There might be some income adjustments and all that, but in general, in theory. So we'll find out what happens. But by the end of this year, it might make sense to establish some tax losses. So if you have some gains next year, maybe. I continue my urging that I believe the market could see huge uplifts over the next month to months. I think the Fed could cut interest rates in July and maybe cut them a couple more times. Why? They want to get Kamala elected. And that's one reason. Another reason is the underlying economic numbers don't look all that good. But anyway, the Fed might start cutting rates, and as Wall Street starts to get comfortable with what's coming, I think you're going to continue to see a rotation out of certain stocks. And I think the Russell 2000 is the place where the most gains are going to be over the next month to months. But next year, I think it could be a hard landing. And so all of you, if you're my age or if you're younger, you've never experienced a true bear market. You never have. You remember one kind of when you were a teenager, but you weren't really paying attention to the stock market. You didn't know. But that's what's coming. And it's all in my opinion. I mean, so I think we all have to start getting ready with our decisions to survive. It's like throwing the car into second gear from fifth gear while you're going 65 miles an hour on the highway. it's going to be a jolt to the system. I'm not trying to panic. I'm just saying we got to start making some decisions rather than be frozen with, oh, what's wrong with this or that. Okay, I wanted to say that. Ham's out at the vet, so I don't know if he'll come on or not. He wants me not to go live anymore. And I noticed up on YouTube that somebody put a short up with me on it, and it said "gay AA?" question mark. Well, I'm really offended by that, but I'm not gonna get overly upset. I did tell a story. I guess it was 8 months ago. Trying to remember. I think it was in November. I really don't remember, but it was many months ago that no, I know what it was. It was around December, the beginning to middle of December of last year. I called a friend of mine and he said, "Billy, are you still drinking?" I said, "No, I haven't had a drink in over 4 years." And he said, "Wow, that's great. Are you going to AA?" And I said, "No." He said, "So you haven't treated your alcoholism?" I said, "Well, I don't know that I'm alcoholic. I haven't had any problem quitting." He got very upset with me. He happens to be a very dear friend of mine, someone I think the world of. So, not for him, for me, I went to some meetings, and I really think God was there. I think I learned a lot, and I went to some meetings over here. I happen to live in an area which is, well, it's a gay area. I'm a straight white male, although I can't prove it to you recently, but that's what I am. But I'm later in life. I'm alone, and partly that's money, partly that's maybe there's something wrong with me. Partly that's love, as Amy Winehouse says, love is a losing game. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer why. It's not how I ever set out to be. But so I went to some meetings, and I think I talked about it here. It didn't work. It wasn't their fault. I felt very honored to be invited. I felt accepted. It was a warm welcome. It was a crowded room. And there was no judgment of me. And I didn't judge them. I was very thankful and still am. And so this person that puts this up, it offends me not so much about me. It's unfair to make fun of AA. It's unfair to make fun of gay AA. And I'm very thankful they allowed me to walk in those rooms. It just didn't work for me. Why? I guess because I'm a jerk. But I couldn't relate to some of the stories. Is that because I have gremlins in my head that are trying to make sure that I remain alcoholic the rest of my life? Or am I not alcoholic and I don't fit in? Should I be going down? I have no idea. But I'm offended, and I think the person that put that up, what that person did is evil to do that. And so I want to apologize. They'll never see it, but in a spiritual way, I want to apologize to the men that allowed me to enter their meetings and accepted me without judgment. I want to apologize for this jerk putting it up. Now, what happens in all of these, and so anyway, I don't know how to leave that. Next month, I will not have had a drink in 5 years. Does that mean I have a problem? I don't know. I'll leave it to you guys to figure out. But I'm trying to handle it in my own way. I think, I don't know what to say about it. I don't claim to know. I'm not defensive and I'm not knowledgeable. But in about 3 weeks, I won't have had, maybe it's 4 weeks, I won't have had a drink in 5 years. Should I be going to those meetings? Maybe. I don't know. But that's not the point of why I'm talking. This evil person is trying to make fun of me. One, to get me upset. One, to get me to quit doing this, which might be a perfectly fine bit of advice. And it's also to get you to dismiss the things I say. Why? Because they're having fun with retail. When stocks go up, you've got the bashers who get paid. You've got the short sellers who, with almost no money, illegally abuse the system for day trading, and they don't want it to go away. And then you got the criminal shorts. They don't want anyone educating you on what's going on. This is an industrial scale criminal activity, stealing trillions of dollars out of the US market. And if you say it doesn't affect you, you're a taxpayer, it's going to affect you. And where it's going to affect biggest time is as all this money comes in, I'm not trying to be political, but as whoever is president pours money in with spending and wars, rescuing banks, paying off student loans, incentivizing farmers, as money pours into the system, even people on the dole, it goes through Morgan Stanley. The banks want their piece. And this is how they're taking trillions out of the market. So I'm old enough. I spent a lot of my life thinking people were looking at me. You reach an age and you realize no one's looking, no one's paying attention. And now I'm at that point in life where I'm invisible anyway. So I'm not going to get offended, but I want you, well, I'm going to try not to get upset. Obviously, I get offended. But I want you to know what the bashers do, what the other side does, what these men, mostly men, do is evil. They first want to cause discredit to the people that are trying to give you information, whether it's through ridicule, accusing of some bad thing, or accusing of somehow being a pumper or somehow being paid off. Tomorrow, Finger Motion is going to have a question and answer. It's with a group called Skyline. They're paid to do it. Everybody on Wall Street gets paid. Me, I haven't figured out yet how to do that. My viewership stays at 8,000. I'm not Skyline. I have a computer out of Leave It to Beaver era. So I haven't gotten to that point of getting paid. I've worked on some projects, but in this environment, there's always somebody else that comes in, has access to ham, hard charging. I know how to flip houses. I'm going to do it. So I haven't found this experience with you guys to be all that. It isn't remunerative. But having said that, there are some things that have been very good. This gold company, which many of you, I'd say 24 people have invested in. Might be a little more. I have a list here. I couldn't get my printer to work. That's exciting to me. And there are opportunities out there. Just once these groups of guys, mainly guys, get focused somewhere, I can pick something that's left over, and maybe I can work on something like that. I intend to build a company. It's not going to be. I think I'm going to put my name in for GTII, but I don't think I'll get that. There's other guys that have that under control, and they know what they're doing, or that they're convinced they know what they're doing, and I think they mean well. But I'll get a company started, and maybe you and I can make some money together. So I'm not complaining. I'm excited about the energy and the ability to do things. But the men out there who are trading, either they're paid off and get a kickback from the clients of Jeff Easton or the Kramers or Aubrey Advisors. By the way, everything I'm saying is in my judgment, in my opinion. It's editorial. Or they're people that are day trading themselves and they want to hurt you. Now, I get messages over here that I overreact to sometimes, or I misinterpret. I hope you see that I'm willing to take questions which have an opinion different than mine, or take challenges. I don't mind that. But where it breaks down is when it's just here to cause FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And if you respond to fear, uncertainty, and doubt, you're welcome to stay, but I can't fight that for you. If you're going to believe some stranger who won't even give you his or her real name, oh, I saw William on X and he's, I don't know, what's the last thing someone said. Anyway, he's a pump and dumper. What am I pumping? What am I pumping? What am I dumping? But if you want to listen to that, I'm not going to get through to you. Go ahead and doubt me. You should doubt anybody you hear. And I try, even though my audience is tiny, I try, and I've learned so much. I try to have an environment where people of all sides politically, of all race, creed, language, countries, can come talk. Of all sexual orientations. Anyway, come talk, and we learn. But well, let me leave it there. There's a few different articles we can go through. Somebody yesterday told me he had sent me his information for the gold company, and I looked for it last night, and I use Gmail, as he knows, and I can't find it. Gmail is so annoying. I just wish I could go date by date by date. They lump everything in conversations, and I just can't find it. So whoever it was, if you can send it again to fairandbalanced@gmail, and I'll respond. There it is again. My last name, fairandbalanced@gmail.com. I'll get it out again. As I fully expect, as we get through August, as people come back from vacation, it's not a promise, just an expectation. I think that deal is going to get fully funded for the full 5 million, 5.5 million maybe. And then it'll get really exciting. So I'm glad for that. It's 3:44. There was another gentleman, and I think his last name is Belu, who was asking me about logic. Logic is 0.0206 to 0.0215, 10,000 by 39,966. I look at all this and it makes me ill. The government is in here or it stands down. When I watch all this, this is like listening to Kimberly Cheatham. But anyway, Mr. Bolu, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I expect news to come out in Logic very soon. I don't think it's going to come out in the way I suggested yesterday, which was I was thinking it might be September and they might do all 3 LOIs at the same time. I have a feeling they're just going to do the first LOI. Why? Look, I'm not an insider, but one reason why that I know from my experience is once a binding LOI is signed and sealed and delivered and I's are crossed and T's are dotted, the lawyer's going to say you have to announce it. So I think it'll be, today's Thursday. I mean, it's always possible they put something out tomorrow, but I doubt it. It'll probably be next week if I'm right. And if it's just the first deal, that in my calculation is a 5-cent number. The stock's trading at 2 cents. But I'm basing it on the last announcement, which I'll read some questions. If you're here, I can pull up the last press release and we can go through what it said and try to figure it out again. But I think that'll be a 5-cent target on a 2-cent stock. I wouldn't chase it. I wouldn't jump into it. I wouldn't get all, hey, let's go buy it, because that's what the shorts try to do. They get you in it, then they sell it off. When the news comes out, if it comes out, I fully expect Aubrey Advisors clients, again, it's my opinion, Neo Exchange, Ionic, clients for all these groups who have done deals in the past, perhaps real shorts, will come in to try to convince you it's bad news. I think once it's announced, it'll be great news. We'll have the ability to see what's happening. I think there'll be some color there. I'll have the ability to talk to the company because the news is out. And we can start projecting what the next 1 or 2 or 3 reverse merger candidates could do to the stock. So, Mr. Belu, I forgot your first name just now. I can see your face, but I try to repeat people's names so they stick in my head, but I can't remember it. Was it Donald? Donald Belu? Anyway, I think there's something coming out on Logic very soon, very soon. And we'll go over it when it does. We can talk about it more if you're here and you want to hear about it. All right. I'm going to go back, as my college roommate used to call it, back assward. Just because. Okay, it's 3:48. Dean, do you lock your doors at night? I've obviously jumped in on a conversation. I don't know. Kamala's communist upbringing is sure to be brought out. Plus, I just think she'll bury herself. I personally think she's smarter than people give credit for. You know, all that word salad crap that she did, can't quote it. And I think she'll attack Trump pretty hard. She only needs to win. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's it. That's what matters. I mean, there's a couple more, but that's basically it. Did I say Pennsylvania? I hope so. She's just made sure that the press can say that Shapiro brought Pennsylvania over the line for her. Doesn't matter if it's real. They're going to tell us it's a fair election. They're going to tell us that the vote was correct. And BlackRock's press is going to tell us that she won. So that'll be Pennsylvania. She gets Georgia because we all know it's a blue state. She just has to get Philadelphia and Atlanta. And that's a lot of electoral votes. She gets Arizona, which the governor right now got in with one of the fairest elections ever, as we all know. I think she's there. But if she needs one more, I think it'll be Michigan. She didn't attend Netanyahu's speech. I'm told. I didn't follow it today. And if she gets Detroit, which she very well might, by not attending Netanyahu's speech and being against Netanyahu, if she gets Detroit, she's going to get Michigan. But it doesn't. I don't know how to say this. She doesn't have to win it in a way that you and I think is winning. She just has to there has to be enough there that's convincing. So when the New York Times writes about it or the Washington Post, the blue states believe it. Oh, yeah, she won. Of course she won. Everyone hates Trump. And it's Shapiro that won. Oh, yeah. And in Georgia, it's because her skin is slightly darker than anyone else's. And she had such a difficult time with being abused racially as she grew up. She missed out on all sorts of opportunity because her skin was somewhat darker than other people's, and because she's a woman. Her road was blocked all the way. I mean, it's evident. She should have been president, not vice president, if it was a fair world. I don't know. They're going to have a lot of arguments like that. I don't know who you are, Epic. No, Richard, one of the guys that's on here and comes on space calls is now part of the team that is working with Trento. That the Trento guy and this guy that's a real estate guy are going to go meet with David Reichman. I don't know when. I bet very soon. Richard Hoffman is there's a court case, a receivership hearing on the 7th of August. But Epic, I have no idea who you are. I think you're just you're here to provoke. GTII is completely blown out of the water. If you want to spend your time on that, I don't anymore. These young men are going to go meet with Reichman, and scenario one, they make a deal with Reichman and the board and they pull out. That means nobody gets sued, nobody goes to jail, but the company survives as is with the short position. They put a gold and silver and or more into the company. And then they increase the net asset value per share overnight. And then they build a company. The second scenario is receivership. Receivership, August 7, you duke it out. It's possible, slightly possible, that shareholders will survive that, and there will be a company that has a short position after the judge is done with it. I give it 30% in that case. The third scenario is bankruptcy, and you'll be wiped out, and I'll be wiped out. Now, if you want to worry about it, Epic, and we want to talk about it every single day, I'm just gonna start telling you I don't want to talk about it anymore. I was working with that team. I'm not going to work with them, and I think they have it under control. They have full access to Ham. Ham will give them everything and anything they need, and they can move forward pell-mell. And I think they'll get something done. But how likely it is that they strike a deal with Reichman, who, as I understand it, wants to leave a legacy and doesn't want his name besmirched? I don't know, because there's a guy on the board of GTII who works with you, Epic. He works with the shorts, in my judgment, in my opinion. He's there to put the kibosh on any deal. He's there to cause delays in financing, for example. In reporting the finances, for example, so that the company goes down into this expert market. Anything he can do to protect what we know is a reported large short. But these guys that are going to be doing this, one of them might have 1,000 shares of GTII. The other, I think, has quite a bit of it. They will work in your interests. I'm not even sure the other guy has any shares. But what odds do I have that a deal will get done? My experience is once something's in a legal process, there's a momentum to just leave it there, and it's very hard to pull out. But it might happen. So you'll find out about that soon. Receivership is August 7th. And Richard, on here, of course, you don't listen, Epic. You just come in to throw your jerky questions in. I had an interview with Richard, and if you had listened, you would know the answer. He thinks the best way is to go bankrupt, but we control it. Get 5 creditors, and we control it. Once you're in bankruptcy, you can do all manner of things. You come up with a plan, and there's all of us. You come up with a plan. The court approves it, and you get all classes to approve it. But leave it to these guys who have no experience building a public company, but they do know real estate, and so that should be good. But also, the one gentleman has worked his rear end off, and he can bring in overnight. He can bring in assets to GTII that's going to make your friends, the shorts, scared, epic. So if you want to take a message from this call, there are some hurdles, but this gentleman is a locomotive. He's not going to stop, and he can bring in assets to GTII that will put the shorts on the hot seat. But I'm not going to talk about it very much anymore. I won't make an ultimatum, but that's about as much of talk I want to give on GTII today. Peace, happiness, love, wealth to all, cutie pie. Love yourself. I don't know where that comes from, all that gobbledygook. How do you love yourself? That's never been that's never been successful advice to me. First, you have to love yourself, then you can love others. I find when I love others, I feel better about myself. Who is her running? Who is her running mate? It's Shapiro out of Pennsylvania. Busy Brands. Now, Busy Brands working his butt off. Busy has a very exciting X call coming up with 3 huge, I'm not going to steal his thunder, but he has 3 huge names coming together for a space call. So Busy's doing his work. Love your neighbor, amuse yourself. Oh no, as yourself. Yeah. If I love my neighbor the way I love myself, that's not going to be a very happy neighbor. Yeah, you try to love your neighbor. Dennis, it's my proof of God's existence, because I don't think we can love everybody. So that's what God is there for. We can just do our best, right? We can try to show love when we can and how we can. And but I mean, I don't find it easy to love everybody. Can I tell you why you will not? Why? Yeah, they don't need me. They don't need me. It's they can get it done, and they have him. I don't add any value. I don't add any value. Um, uh, and it's just a gut instinct too. But you know, I've spent years of my life working on projects, and at the end of the day, I've accomplished everything I set out to accomplish, but somehow it's not credit. It's how you get paid, and somehow at the end, um, it doesn't quite work out. I just don't feel comfortable with it. But that's not anything wrong with them. I just don't. I don't trust it, and I've got to. Anyway, I don't know. I just leave it there. Ah, it's so like cutie pie. Dominic Pontilio, loved your discussion the other day regarding Saudi cutting oil production. Another scenario comes from 50 years ago, Treasury notes backed by silver. I think it was longer than 50 years ago. We lost a great president because of that. I think it was 60 years ago. It was November 22nd, 63, and we're now 2023. Yeah, I think it's 60 years ago.
Call from Andy.
All right, I guess Sam's calling in. Can't hear you. Hello?
How was the close? I want not home.
Well, let me see how the close is. Finger closed at 2015,
2015.
and the volume was 100,310.
They must have watched a bunch of stock because it was like 79,000.
It's 100,000. Let me see if my little screen can give me the last three trades. Yep, the last three trades: 6 shares, 1 share, and 1 share.
I'm telling you, we don't have a professional here. We got a buffoon.
A buffoon, but it works until it doesn't. And DJT was down to $30.
How could they keep selling it? Do you understand what they're doing?
Yeah, I think the Fed is in on it, and the Treasury Department. they want to crush this guy like a bug.
It's got to be. Because you got to be insane. I say it every day. You have to be the dumbest person in creation to be sitting here shorting this stock of all the stocks in the world. This is the one you want to play with.
Yeah.
The most powerful man in the world's company.
Yeah. That's.
And you're just showing.
They're not scared of anything. They're not scared of anything.
What that tells you then that it's got to be the government.
That's what I think. I think it's a coordinated attack on him, really. It's on us, but it's on him. Yeah.
I've been putting up so many fucking tweets on Twitter. The head must be spinning.
Yeah, they're not scared.
I said, listen, you gotta remember the investors care, right?
I know.
You gotta show them that this isn't just single motion. This is for everything.
I know it's for everything. I know.
Saying, if they thought they could win, they let the stock go up. They can't win.
If they thought they could win, they'd play paddleball, pickleball.
So I gotta say, as much as I'm down,
Yeah. Netanyahu's talking in front of Congress. Great.
stop worrying about other political leaders. You're not going to war.
I'm not going to war. If I did, we'd lose. Well, yeah, I guess you have a point.
This year, 0.0.
You have negative earnings this year. I thought you were a pump and dumper, getting all this money. So if I hang out with you, I'm going to earn nothing. Yeah.
go should begin footsteps.
Well, they run through Morgan Stanley anyway. It should be comfortable.
Seriously thought about it.
Yeah, that's going to be good. I think that's right, but Busy's good at that. Busy's really good at moderating a story. No, he doesn't claim to, but he's pretty good at, yeah. 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 Right. And good Lord, so long ago. That's back when we had hope. Sounds exciting. Pretty good. She's one of the few women that are good comedians. Yeah, she's good. No, gross. Gross. Or the erection. All right, thanks. Sorry about that. I didn't really want to get into hearing the same story again. Same, everything would be the same. Um, let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, Ham is talking about, for when I made the call quiet, he was talking about the guests that Busy Brands is going to have on. It's not my business to tell you about that, so I kept that to myself. And he talked about Seinfeld and Third Rock and Tina Fey. So nothing that interesting. Nothing that interesting. But I'm telling you, Busy Brands' space call is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. I can tell you, another one of these guys. I guess if you guys are following this that closely, you must feel the pain, or you're just having fun picking off $500 or $1,000. I do have to get my eyes done, Barbara. Did you get yours done? I remember writing it down somewhere. I was going to ask you. And it worked? That's great. Ham didn't call in for you guys. Ham doesn't want me doing these live anymore because the bashers come on and attack me, and then I get upset, and it's like it's not worth it. Ham didn't say anything new. Nothing new. He just got back from the vet. He's picking up some food, and he wanted to know how finger closed, and he said he's put a lot of posts up on X. You can follow him there, and he talked about Tina Fey joke on whatever show she's on, and a couple of jokes from Seinfeld that he saw, and he's going to play pickleball right now. So that's what Ham talked about. Yeah, he's so broke he has to go to the vet. Yeah, he was also talking about God. You heard that part. Just making negative money during the year. He didn't call in for you to hear him. He didn't say anything. He wasn't talking about the stock. And I tell you guys, it's the same thing each day that he talks about. There's nothing new yet. Tomorrow, I signed up for it, and I got my email today reminding me that it's tomorrow. And I can read it out to you, and each of you can do it. Let me just find the email.
Call from Andy. Call from Andy.
Hang on. Hello? It's a butt dial. Butt scratcher. All right, let's see. I got a lot of junk emails since I got this email. Let me find it, and I'll read it out to you tomorrow at noon. All right, let me, oh, I know. Sorry, it's my other email. Here it is. Back. I don't see it here either. Anyway, let me just search for it in my emails. Sky something. Let me just do finger motion. That's it. It's a Zoom call. And it's Skyline Signatures Series, finger motion, starts tomorrow. Hi, William Farron. This is a reminder that your webinar will begin in 1 day. Skyline Signature Series, finger motion, date and time, July 25, 2024, 12 p.m. Eastern. They give the webinar ID. Join us for an informative presentation by Martin Shen, CEO of Finger Motion, which will be hosted by Scott Powell, CEO of Skyline Corporate Communications Group. Finger Motion is an evolving technology company with a core competency in mobile payment and recharge platform solutions in China. As the user base of its primary business continues to grow, the company is developing additional value-added technologies to market to its users. The vision of the company is to rapidly grow the user base through organic means and have this growth develop into an ecosystem of users with high engagement rates utilizing its innovative applications. Developing a highly engaged ecosystem of users would strategically position the company to onboard larger customer bases. Finger Motion eventually hopes to serve over 1 billion with a B users in China and eventually expand the model to other regions in the world. The Skyline Signature Series is a proprietary branded live webinar event that provides public companies with a convenient and effective forum to communicate their story to a diverse audience of financial professionals. So anyway, you can sign up for it. You just have to give your email, give your name, number, and a little more information. Then you sign up. And it's a webinar. That's what I should do instead of my amateur hour. Okay, let's go back. Let's go keep going up. I heard he's resigning, but remember, he's going to be the next Treasury Secretary. I really think, guys and girls, that you have to get ready for a Kamala Harris presidency. And Gary Gensler is likely to be her Treasury Secretary. Unless she floods every office with women, which I don't think she'll do. She doesn't seem to be someone that gets along very well with other women. I think she gets along with men. Daily dose of hamster. I'm sorry, I protected him from that. Yeah, silver certificates. Huh. I went to see Pat Benatar. It wouldn't be my first choice, but a friend of mine called me up, and because I like her very much, I said, sure, I'll go. And it was a great show. I really enjoyed it. the guitarist, he's got tattoos up and down his arms. You know his name. I never heard of him, but he's really good. And what was amazing is his name Keith. What was amazing about him is he must be 70. I don't know. But every song he was so thrilled to be playing. His enjoyment, his engagement was incredible. And then she did a good job, although I remember her mouth from videos, but now she's blonde and now she's, you know, older. But she didn't do her one song, thank God, her one famous song, which I always hated. Hit me with your best shot. Ugh. But I noticed one thing as I was listening to her. A lot of her lyrics, their lyrics, were very Springsteen-esque. And I guess that was just the time we grew up in. But she did a great job. Don't believe it. I don't think GTII is going to make a big move soon. I mean, absent these guys could move mountains. They could make something happen. Have a good business background, zero on Wall Street. That's awfully kind, PS71. I feel like I don't know F all. I would rather have your good business background. But what I've done all my life on Wall Street and then outside of it, it's a little strange because you can work for a month, for 90 days, and you look, I'm not doing it. There's no production. Nobody's doing anything, but you keep at it, and all of a sudden it starts giving you returns. But other jobs, you know that you did that work each day, and you can go home feeling good. This, or when I was in production, you could go home at the end of the day and wonder, did I get anything done today? And it's a little frustrating sometimes. But I guess through it all, you learn a lot, you know. And a lot of my friends are still they're still in the business, and I guess you do learn a lot. But Ham teaches you guys, and I know some people don't appreciate it, but Ham teaches you how traders think. I don't think traders exist anymore the way you used to have trading desks and competing trading desks. I think they exist still at, let's say, as an arm of Shell would have a trading desk to trade their oil and their contracts. They still do. But I'm just not sure that there's trading desks that Ham or his friends could go to. There probably are some, I know there are some houses, that's the wrong word, but there's firms that put up their money, they'll train you to trade, and then over a 2, 3, 4-year apprenticeship, they expand your amount of money you're allowed to trade. And those guys are out there all the time, and they're making a lot of money on both sides of trades. But they know better than to go long stock that's down in these price areas unless they know something. Why? Because the guy sitting next to him is shorting it. Well, obviously Saudi Arabia has not cut their production yet, but we don't know exactly how much Saudi Arabia produces. And I should talk about that sometime, Dominic. In 73, might have been later, they created OPEC, and that's the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. I think that's what it stands for. But they established the reserves for each country. And here, Statistica. This is the reserves for 2022. And this is important, Dominic, because we have the refineries to process Venezuelan crud. And the Soviets are going to put a refinery in Cuba. This administration, which I think is going to continue, is just radically changing our standing in the world. Putin doesn't need to have a refinery in Cuba. He's got all the oil that he can say grace over. But he wants to come interfere with us because we're interfering over there. Anyway, Venezuela has 300 billion barrels of oil in reserve. It's mostly crud. It's not crude. It's this thick crap. But it's a lot of it. Saudi Arabia's reserves, 265 billion barrels. 265 billion barrels in 2022. Well, let's use 1972. I'm trying to scan. I don't trust Wikipedia, but I'm scanning to when OPEC started. All right, oil reserves. The proven oil reserves in Saudi Arabia are reportedly the second largest in the world, with Venezuela number one. Estimated in 2017 to be 268 billion barrels. They had won some reserves from Kuwait in the neutral zone. But I'm trying to show you, and I can't find it quickly. Drives me crazy. All right, OPEC original oil reserves. I know the answer. I just want to find it here so I can tell you with a reference instead of my brain. And I can't find it. Anyway, when was OPEC formed? 1960. All right, so I think it was a little bit later that they determined their reserves. Let's look at Britannica. They might be better than Wikipedia. All right, so you're just gonna, I don't have my books here. Otherwise, I'd grab a book and I'd read it to you. But basically, when OPEC started, they had a battle between each other. How much could they produce? And Saudi Arabia put out that they have 265 million barrels of oil. Well, it's been the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s. It's 50 or 60 years, and their reserves have never changed. And they've been producing full out. It's not an accurate number. So anyway, we can talk about it another time. I will work with, I'll help them. I'll help them. I'm just not going to be part of it. Well, PS 71, when volume goes down to nothing, I used to take that as a good sign if the stock is down. The opposite if it's up, because it means the selling is worn out. But in the current stock market, the selling never ends. And Ann Wagner's okay with that because she gets to eat at the prime rib with lobbyists. Let me just look at Logic on a chart. I think Logic, the chart doesn't look great to me. It doesn't look bad, but to me, there's nothing standing there telling me, oh, you got to buy the stock. It closed, I guess, at 2 cents. 0.021. It closed at 0.021. And to me, the chart tells me that the stock could fall just as easily as it could go up. And the 20-day moving average looks to be crossing in a bearish way over the 50-day moving average. But PS 71. I think there's going to be news on Logic imminently. It won't be huge news. It's going to be that deal they already announced was supposed to be completed by the end of July. And I think we're coming to the end of July. It could be announced tonight, tomorrow, but my guess is next week that it's completed. According to my arithmetic, that'll be worth 5 cents a share. I'm sure that the short sellers will sell it off as soon as it's announced. Their research teams will study it within 4 seconds and start selling to try to convince you that it's bad news. But I think it's great news. It's worth 5 cents a share. This stock's at 2 cents a share. It's definitive. It'll be done. I don't know anything about it. I'll have to read it with you. But then it'll show you how the next 2 deals will get done. I would have rather they waited to get all 3 done together to limit dilution. But then you got to realize their lawyers will tell them you have to release it. Once it's signed, sealed, and delivered, you have no choice but to announce it. CEOs have to toe the line. The criminals, they can do whatever they want. And Ann Wagner says we can't invade their privacy. The PS 71, the 200-day moving average is at 5 cents. And 4 cents looks to be a level that the market hasn't been able to get through since February. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7 times. And you might argue it's more than that. You could argue it's closer to 12 times. the markets tried to get through 4 cents. So I think with this news, they're going to try to sell it. They're going to sell. It'll be Aubrey Advisors clients, in my judgment. It'll be Ionics clients, in my judgment. It'll be the so-called investment bankers from associated with the Neo Stock Exchange. They'll all sell, and maybe some real ones. But at some point, buying will come in because this is a real deal. It's a real deal. And it should be worth 5 cents a share. So it'll be interesting. I think the stock from 2 cents will go to 4 cents and maybe break through. And if we're lucky, it'll hit 5 cents. Maybe it'll go to 6 cents. I don't see it going higher than 6 to 8 cents on this news. But what will set it up, what it will set up, is we will get some color into how the next 2 deals will come in. So it should be good. I think it'll be good. If you feel like trading some because you know the shorts will start selling, that's up to you. I don't think I'll do it because the totality of what they put in the press release is worth 43 or 44 cents a share if you just do straight arithmetic. The risk is the criminals will cause further dilution by keeping the stock price down, and therefore the advisors from Aubrey that come in with the nice suits on and you trust them because your kid went to school with their father or something, they're going to say, oh, you got to do the stock deal down at this price and trust us. We're on your side. We're such good guys. We're as good as our word. That's a risk. But I think 43 cents PS71, if they get all 3 deals done, that's a pretty big number from 2 cents. So I'm excited for Logic. I still kind of stand by it might be September before we see significant moves upward beyond 4, 5, 6 cents. But we'll see. I'm excited for it. The other one, I'm not positive. I've heard some things. I've heard things. But nothing that rocks my socks off. I'd like to try to do something to help that company. And I am trying. But right now, their attention is focused on Logic also had, they spun that one off, but there was also a spin off from that. So the management is spread, their time is spread from, I'd say 3 companies. It might be 4. But I'm excited about Logic. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. In the spirit of, I've tried that too, PS71. I don't know what's going on there. I've tried to get in touch with them. Trying to think what the risks are. We're well into 2024, and I haven't seen a drilling program announced for the Cunningham energy side. But it's a little different than NextBridge. They don't have to drill this year. They just have to spud the wells by March 31st next year. So if they do raise a drilling program, let's say a tax shelter, a tax deal, drilling program. They'd have to raise it all by the end of this year and then spud each well. The last day they can spud it is March 31 of 2025 for the tax benefits. And the wells should be, I'm trying to remember if they're vertical wells or not. I can't remember. My instinct is they're going to drill horizontal wells up in Appalachia. And those wells take about 2 weeks to drill, but they take a good 2 months to set up, prepare, build the platform, build the camp, and then drill, and then rehabilitate and get it into frack. They have to frack them and all that. Build the tanks. So my point is, I bet he's going to start raising money for his drilling program starting September, October. So I bet we'll hear something more then. But it's been frustrating that nothing ever gets announced at all. I'm a broken record now. I expect a lot of things to happen in September. We're going into the last vacation period, and I think a lot of these companies won't really have much to announce in August. Yeah, I would agree with you. That would hurt her in Michigan, RW. Somebody said, though, that she picked him. Let me look and see. Maybe she didn't pick him yet. I thought somebody said. I thought somebody said. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not the one. Somebody told me. I got a text that that's who it was. So yeah, I think you make sense. Halo 71. Yeah, GTII business is non-existent. Why do you want me to talk more about it, Halo 72? GTII has no business. None. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. She's unburdened. Oh, gross. Yeah, we'll go forward unburdened by our wealth. Unburdened by what has been and burdened by what the heck is coming. No, he won't have any news soon. But if you want to follow Richard, his YouTube is not legal advice. Receivership is on the 7th. The judge is there on the 7th. Stop obsessing on GTII. I don't know who you are, Epic. I know you short tons of different companies. This is of very little interest to you, so stop asking about it. The metro area makes Georgia blue as can be. That's the theory. I don't believe it. I've been to Georgia a lot. I used to have a girlfriend. Really, I did. Oh, thank you, Stan, the man. I've got it. That reminds me, whoever asked me yesterday, I recognized your name. I was so busy, I didn't write it down, and I cannot find your email, whoever it was, if you're here. Just resend if you're interested still. You said you were in the gold company. Send your name there, and I'll have the company forward fairandbalanced@gmail.com. I'll have the company forward everything to you. And I just don't. Gmail puts everything into conversations. So I have several clumps of conversations that are 30 different emails, 27 different emails, 19 emails, 80, and it's hard to, anyway, I'll go through it again. I'll go through it again. We'll be unburdened by our burdens. We be unburdened. I think Finger could be $5 much sooner than the end of the year, but I think planning on it for your sanity by the end of the year is a good way to be. But I think I think Finger Motion, tomorrow there's a webinar you can sign up and you can hear it directly from the CEO. But I think the CEO is going to be able to get the company on track for positive earnings in his 2025. Finger Motion's 2025 first quarter started this March. And well, I think it's this March. It'll end at the end of February in 2026. But I think by the end of the year, we're going to have real clarity that Finger Motion has revenues that are growing, cash flows that are growing, and earnings that are growing, and possibly positive earnings that never look back again. So I'd say $5 by the end of the year or much sooner, $7 by March or much sooner. My wife is an immigrant, but we did it legal. Yeah, exactly. How could you be happy if you did it legally and then 20 million people come in? You don't even check them for smallpox. That's the one thing I worry about more than anything else is the disease, which shows, I guess, that I'm a germaphobe. I don't know that she's communist. I just think she's a feminist, which my brother says is the same thing. And I think there's varying degrees of feminism because obviously I don't know. I support everybody having equal opportunity and equal chances at great success. Since the 1980s, Democratic presidents have created economic booms and job gains, while Republican presidents bring recessions and job losses. Well, there's Jimmy Carter, but Jimmy Carter was 1976. So if we go in the 80s, we've got Ronald Reagan, whose term started out with the worst recession. It was almost at depression levels for the first 2 years of his term. And then, 80, 81, 82, even 83, all very difficult. But then he passed God, I can't remember what to call it, but he passed his tax cut, but he also changed regulations, and things started changing under Reagan, and we had a huge rally in the stock market. In fact, that's when it started. Now, Jimmy Carter appointed Paul Volcker, not Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan reappointed Paul Volcker, but it was Jimmy Carter who brought in a tough Federal Reserve guy. He brought in Volcker for Treasury. Jimmy Carter decentralized businesses. I forget what the term is. I'm having a Biden moment. And, Jimmy Carter set the stage for quite a lot of what was ahead. Now, Dean, you leave out of your list Richard Milhouse Nixon, and you leave out Gerald Ford. Under Nixon, you had 2 gas lines periods. Inflation was massive under Nixon, and we had stagflation. Gerald Ford came out with whip inflation now. So those 2 Republican presidencies didn't do much for your theory, but that was before 1980. So after Reagan, we had George H.W. Bush. Well, George H.W. Bush had the savings and loan crisis, which was hugely destructive to jobs and growth. On the other hand, he I guess put the final touches to the wall coming down and bringing us into a period where we, quote unquote, won the Cold War. So there was some benefits there. Billy Clinton came in, and he gets a lot of credit for an economic boom. My opinion, yes, the technology boom happened under Bill Clinton. Yes, he got a balanced budget, but the bond market guys didn't like that. But Clinton got it there. But the biggest thing that helped Bill Clinton was that Saudi Arabia joined kind of our free market because we don't restrain ourselves. We don't have a central planner. But Saudi Arabia, I believe, I'm trying to remember when Afghanistan was raging. But Saudi Arabia decided to pump all out on oil in order to punish the godless Soviet Union, because they didn't believe. Now they believe in God, but they didn't then. So Saudi Arabia was punishing the Soviets and Russia by producing oil full out. Simultaneously, Margaret Thatcher found a great resource in the North Sea of oil, and she decided to throw a party. She just started producing as if it's like a kid inheriting 10 million. It's like Prince Harry is going to inherit 14 million from his great grandmother when in September. It's like when he gets that 14 million, he just throws a big party. I hope he doesn't do that. But that's what Margaret Thatcher did. She just threw a massive party with the North Sea oil. And Britain, had just a bountiful 10 or 15 years. And they went through that oil like I I don't know what example to give. They just went through it lickety split without restraint. Well, if you compare that to Norway, Norway set up a country wealth fund, which is the largest now in the world. And Norway spent its oil carefully. They did it slowly. They pumped it slowly. They held some in reserve. They had extra money. They invested it. And it's a tale of two different approaches. The idiotic Margaret Thatcher approach, just burn it all as quickly as you can, or the thoughtful approach of Norway, this is going to run out, so why don't we stretch it out? Anyway, so Bill Clinton benefited from oil prices going down to $8 or $9 a barrel. I think it even hit $7 a barrel. That's what ignited the economic boom under Bill Clinton. It had nothing to do with his policies. Had nothing to do with his policies. Now the technology stocks did well, and that, I guess, that helped him. But Dean, I have to take great exception with your analysis. Bill Clinton was the greatest Republican president we ever had. George Bush, Ronald Reagan, they could never get NAFTA signed. That sucking sound? That sucking sound? You hear that sucking sound? You know what that is? That's our jobs going down to Mexico. Something like that, H. Ross Perot said. Bill Clinton got NAFTA signed. And jobs started leaving the United States in droves. Bill Clinton helped, and Reagan started it, but Bill Clinton helped Wall Street start monetizing our businesses so they would turn it's just like the movie Wall Street, turn everything into something they could flip and strip of its jobs and its inefficiencies. And the money accrued to Wall Street, jobs went to China. Also, we had great transfer of technology to China. Some of it looks like Bill Clinton might have been, there might have been some funny stuff going on, but there was he also, I don't remember when China got into the World Trade Organization. I want to say it was under Clinton, but it could have been George. But the point is, we started helping China to our jobs, our technologies, our patents, and our way of producing. China's copied us and they've beaten us. They're going to be producing automobiles. We're going to be out of producing automobiles. But anyway, I don't think Bill Clinton was particularly good for jobs in the United States of America. Now, if you want to measure just a few years, that was a boom time because of technology, which Bill Clinton didn't start. Do you know who started the technology boom? Believe it or not, and I hate to say this, Star Wars did. Ronald Reagan's spending on military technology seeded a lot of the technology companies out in California. Government money. It was taxpayer money that got these guys going. Anyway, Clinton was in the right place at the right time, but he was an optimistic guy, and that worked great. And then you had George W. Bush come in, and many of the women that voted for George W. Bush, they did polls, thought they were voting for his father. I'm not making fun. People are busy, but he actually got in because people thought they were voting for his father. The first thing he did was give a tax cut. Then he started massive wars. Now you're going to say it's because 9/11, all right. And then he said we got to return the people's money to them. So he just went on a binge of spending. Did that create jobs? I don't know. It certainly created a misappropriation of assets. And it was under George Bush. His words exactly. This sucker's going down, that we had the housing crisis. And he started the TARP with almost $1 trillion. And he put that bald-headed Goldman Sachs guy in charge of it. And, and then Obama came in. Did Obama create jobs? I don't know. Can't remember. Obama had us at war. He's the only president who ever had us at war every single day of 2 terms. So he might have created jobs. But best of my memory, Obama oversaw a great financial crisis for the first 2 or 3 years of his term. Then you had Trump, and I think Trump did add jobs because that was his focus. And I think we had the lowest poverty rates ever. We had job increases among all minorities, women, African Americans, as it's called, Hispanics, which might be the wrong way to say it. Everybody did well. But as we know, he's a misogynist, so we had to get rid of him. And then we got Doddering Joe. But thank God we've got Kamala, a well-hidden talent. I don't know where she's been hiding, but we finally get to see her. Her past isn't going to matter. The media is not going to bring it out. You'll know about it, but it's not you that the media is after. The media is after the people here in my town and in New York and in Delaware and in Georgia that actually believe Georgia voted blue last time. Because they can say, well, they hated Trump and there were polls and it was a surge. It's we do need to unite as a country. Got to stop turning against each other. And we have to forgive each other. There's a lot of people out here, like my sister, who only get her news from the mainstream media. She's busy. She works her butt off. She has an important job. She's smart as anything. And so you got to give people some slack for their processing of information. And you have to try not to judge them. Otherwise, you're a racist too, or racist is the wrong word. I heard a quote from, I think it was from one of those philosophers, Carl Jung or one of those guys. I heard it last night. I never heard it before. Most people don't take the time to think. That's why they judge. Before we judge people, we have to think about why they're talking the way they're talking. And we have to learn to be a little forgiving to this melting pot of a nation that we live in. Jim, the SEC is not slow rolling the finger warrant. It's I can't think of the correct question to ask Google. Okay. So according to Quora, no, that's the wrong one. That's NASDAQ. I can't find it. Okay, here it is. Here it is. No. It says here within 45 days. Within 45 days. So let's see. Finger. I kept going over the same thing over and over again. Okay, so Finger Emotion announced preliminary director's approval of dividend warrant on terms to be fixed by further resolution of the board of directors. They made that announcement on January 24th. So they still hadn't, the company intends to file a registration on Form S3 with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All right, so now let's just see if we can find out. You can do all this yourself, but I guess it's better if I do it. View all news. Okay, so on it doesn't say the date. So let me go to the source. Darn it. All right, I'll just go to the SEC. Jim, it's just, it takes legwork and it wastes everybody's time, but let me do this. Here. Let's see if this is it. Yeah. So they filed on April 9, 2024. They're issuing 5,271,285 shares of common stock as a warrant. It's a prospectus, obviously. So anyway, the date that we should add from is April 9th. They filed it on April 9th. So that's May 9th, June 9th, and now July 9th. So more than 90 days have gone by. Now, it says, the SEC says, filing of an S3 does not result, in most cases, in an SEC review. And the time it takes to receive an SEC clearance is relatively short, 10 days or less. I'm having hard time finding the SEC's process here. Registrants must meet the following conditions. I don't know how long it takes. Ham says it takes 45 days. I can't find it to prove it to you. All right, so Jim, maybe the SEC's just slow walking it. I can't find a process. I can't find a SEC instruction. I can try to do it. It'll take an hour. I'm going to stop looking now. So maybe they're just slow walking it to punish us and work with the shorts. Maybe that's it. Oh, that's a good idea, Jeff. Just turn off the conversation. Yeah, I'd like to live a normal existence. I agree with you, Robert. I think just as an example, the drug gangs. It's not everybody, of course, but that's going to change our lives. One thing, Robert, RW, you take for granted is driving down a highway from DC to Cincinnati, get in the car, drive for 10 hours, 12 hours, pull over. It's always safe. But imagine bringing gang mentality from parts of wherever in South America or Mexico or Venezuela, come up here or elsewhere in the world, and they just come out on the highway with a gun and stop you. We take our way of life in North America for granted. And when you assimilate 20 million people, 19 or 20 million people, without even testing them for disease, which is my bugaboo, without making sure they have family here or even really want to be here as Americans, I don't know. I think our way of life is a little, and I'm all for immigration, but Dean, I went through that. I don't think you're right, but whatever. You Halo, you didn't sell your house to live in a trailer. I know you didn't do that. And you put it all in GTII. You're being a jerk. You didn't put it all in GTII. You're behaving. I hope tonight when you take your shower, tomorrow morning you look in the mirror and you realize that you control how you behave in this world. And you don't have to be a jerk. You really don't. And you do it for money. Are you going to be happy? Just went through 4 years of recovery with the Democrats. I don't know what, Dean, I don't know what job you're in. Good for you. How will I make money back to pay principal and interest after I took out a personal loan to buy GTII? I never told you to do that. Ate rice and beans the last year and a half to put food saving money in GTII. Why'd you do that? That's your decision. I mean, I don't know why, if you're betting your last very existence, you'd put it all in one thing, unless it wasn't very much money. But if it were a lot of money, if it was a lot of money, you obviously spread it out, and you must have bought Finger. I think you'll be just fine in Finger. And I think all the stocks you've been shorting, day trading and shorting, I think you've made a lot of money in. So I'm not gonna worry about you, Halo 72. Tea sounds great right now. I'm covering my own butt with things I'm saying. I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. You can go, I don't want to do it, but you can go listen to my videos over the last months. I don't think I'm trying to cover my butt, but can't win for losing. Thank you, Matthew, for your thoughts. Finger is $1.99. Yeah. Let's obsess about it every day. If I have enough energy, I'm going to try to do a video on Finger tonight. I may not, because maybe it's better to wait after Martin's call. But if you want to obsess on Finger being $1.99, you either own too much or you don't believe the fundamental story. So the chart doesn't look great on Finger right now. Doesn't look bad. Well, it leans bad. It leans bad. But that can change in a heartbeat. Do I have to go through Finger motion again? Please tell me I don't have to. Finger motion is on the verge of permanently having sources of revenue which will change their story, number one. Number two, the criminals do it to every single stock that goes through the Lynn Partners, New York City. Jeff Easton is a lying scumbag front, in my opinion, who ensnares CEOs in the maw of his clients, and he gets kickbacks. Everything I say is in my opinion. And the selling just never stops in Finger. It just never stops. So if you can't accept that, don't buy it. Don't stay in it. If you're in it and you believe the story, expect that the stock is going to go down. As soon as you buy Finger, the stock's going to go down. As soon as you wait, the stock's going to go down. As soon as news comes out, they're going to try to sell it down. If news is bad, they'll try to sell it down. If news is good, they'll get Crappy Bear to do a report and the stock will go down. That's all they do. That's what they do. But what makes Finger different Oh. It's so repetitive. What makes finger motion different from the rest is finger motion has a top up business. There's the research report from Benchmark to confirm all this, written a year ago with a target of $5. What's different since then? Jeff Easton's clients continue to sell stock into existence which does not exist. They don't deliver the shares, they don't borrow the shares, they don't own the shares. Your broker dealer doesn't receive the shares. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. It costs them money. It is risky, but very little risk because they own Gary Gensler. They own Robert Cook. They own Adina Friedman. They own the regulators, the SROs, and NASDAQ over the counter, and probably New York Stock Exchange. They own it all. They own the lawyers. They own the media. So there's very little risk to just continuing to sell. And when they get in trouble like they did with GTII, they can go find a CEO they pay off and find a couple of guys to push the story, make sure the money flows like wine, and they can pop the bubble. And they work constantly on Twitter, bashing. And they finally win. They bring a guy from a hedge fund in. That's just one story. They did it with Created. They did it with dozens of companies. And they will do it with hundreds more that you don't even know. This is their modus operandi. This is what they do. This is all they do. Jeff Easton traps the CEO. They start shorting. They sign the contract. The lawyers lie to the prime broker. The prime broker says, okay. They start shorting, selling stock that doesn't exist. And Wagner doesn't care because she wants to protect the privacy of the criminals. Because she's paid off. No one cares. They keep selling. They keep selling. They keep selling. And if a stock like MULN goes up, they talk to the CEO, they get him to do a deal, and it's down. Or it's up, they keep selling, selling, selling. They get it under $1, and then they do a reverse split. The key to their methodology is just keep selling. They own the lawyers. They own the SEC. They own they have created a marketplace where there is no natural buying. They own the journalists, if you can call them journalists. They own everybody. And the key is to their strategy, just keep selling. Just keep selling. Well, Jeff Easton got us this deal, $5 million deal, where we were investing in finger motion at $3 or whatever, $5. And now it's $9. What should we do? What should we do? They don't do that. They don't call up William and go, oh, it's at $9. I'm losing half my money. I'm down 100%. William's a dump and pumper, and what should I do? I'm frozen. I shorted it at 4 and 5, and now it's $9, and and I borrowed that money and I'm living in a trailer. What am I going to do? And they don't do any of that. They don't do any of that. What they do, they keep selling. They just keep selling. They keep selling. They keep selling. They keep selling. And then they get 3 guys to get everyone to run into COSM, or they bring in a guy like the band leader, or whatever. They distract other stocks. GME, go run, hurry, go over here, jump into that stock, go there, boom, 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 trade. Hey, this is how you trade. Listen to the guy. Yikes. You can make $160 a day with his system. They just want you scared, putting your money up, running stocks up a little bit. So what can they do? Sell, 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 sell. That's all they do. If the stock goes up, that's all they do. And they do it for 2 years if they have to. If it goes down, they sell it more. Their goal, they have 2 goals: bankruptcy or seller box. Either one's good for them. No closing transactions, no taxes paid. That's all they do. Sell, sell. Finger motion goes to 17, I think, 2 years ago. And they sold it down, sold it down. They got it under $1. It went to 9 or something like that. They got it down almost to $1. And then it ran last year. And then they just kept selling, selling, selling. When it goes up, they sell. When it goes up for a long time, they sell. They just sell. They just sell. When there's good news, they sell. When there's bad news, they sell. When there's no news, they sell. When there's a research report, they sell. All they do is sell non-existent shares. And then you come, well, the stock's down. What do I do? I'll tell you 2 things you don't do. You don't do diamond hands. You don't do diamond hands. And when these stocks go up, you got to take some money off the table. That's the hardest thing. I didn't do it because I believed that there were going to be short squeezes. I think we've learned they're not going to be short squeezes. And whoever said I'm covering my ass, Matthew Condes, that's not to cover my ass. What? I'm tired of defending myself. I really am, Matthew. I make no money doing this. None. I get a little bit comes in here and there and that and this and that. What's to cover my ass, Matthew? I think you're covering your own butt with the things you're saying lately. Well, can't help what you think. So anyway, Mark, what's the difference with finger motion? I guess we just got to go through it. Finger motion has I'm sure they have more than this. Finger motion has the top-up business, which last quarter disappointed for some technical reason, but that's month in, week in, day in and out, and it is as safe as treasury bonds mostly. SMS text messaging, which stood in for the top-up business. Oh, I left one out. I don't know. I got to go through this every single time. I guess I just do. There's top up, SMS text. Then there's rich content messaging. 2 and 3 are how Chinese businesses communicate with their customers. And it's a big revenue source, and they're building that out. Top up continues to grow as an ongoing keep the lights on type business. They're an online toll booth for the big online companies like Temu and I can't remember anyway, you know the names. I can't remember them right now. But anyway, if somebody uses Finger Motion's app to buy something online, they get a piece. They get a quick penny. They have Apple Care. Unfortunately, Apple Care has been delayed, not because of China, not because of Finger, but the insurance company they use put it on hold. But that'll come back. They have the new contract, which is massive, but it only says 2 cars, and well, it's just negative. It's not good. The stock's $2. It can't be good. But anyway, the new contract is simply massive. It's a breakthrough contract. They have all the insurances. They work with Pacific Life Re and Munich Life Re. They're in the second stage of the science with the laboratories analyzing the data such that the insurance companies can offer anything from motorcycle insurance to fire insurance to life insurance into the world's largest economy. And it's new. These insurances are new. Oh, it's taking too long. Why don't they have any money coming from it? I don't know. You know, the cell phone that the guy invented, he used to walk around with a piece of balsa wood in his pocket. It took him a decade. Palm. It just took him forever to get people to invest. And I can't explain why things take time. They have the charging app, 400 or 600,000 locations for electric vehicles. They have the next Netflix of Southeast Asia. And then they have the cloud services where companies can come in and rent their computing power for a day or a month or a year for a fee. And I'm sure I'm leaving something else. That's the difference between Finger and GTII, between Finger and some companies that just have some contracts. That's the difference. Now, what's the other difference? What's the other difference? You have to look it up. I'm not going to look it up. Finger Motion put out a press release I think it's about 9 months ago, 11 months ago. Finger motion is not going to raise dollars down here. And I think the stock was $5 at the time. What Wall Street does, what the criminals do, is they sell. Why do they sell? If MULN gets $100 million contract, and they have 100 million shares outstanding, that's $1 per share for MULN. Great contract. And it's the first of a series. But if MULN needs to raise money to build out the factory floor, this doesn't scare the shorts. Remember, they own the cops, they own the politicians, they own the judges, they own the lawyers, they own the regulators, they own your broker-dealer, they own it all. They just keep selling. They just keep selling. So if they get the stock price down, and I'm not going to try to come up with a way to recreate a financing on the fly, but if they get the price down by selling into existence shares that don't exist, the company, if it needs to raise money, goes to a liar, a financer, who says, well, I love your story. I understand you think it's worth $1 a share, but I got to look at the price. It's 10 cents. We'll do it at 5 cents. So just to keep it simplistic, if MULN takes that same $100 million contract, but if the sellers, Wall Street, expands their number of shares to 1 billion, and they're just getting started, they're not scared, because now it's only worth 10 cents a share, not $1. And the stock stays mired in nothingness forever. And that's how they make the money. So what's different with finger motion? They announced they're not going to dilute themselves down here. They're not going to do it. They have 52 million shares outstanding. I guess it'll go up with the dividend. Call it 57. Just call it 60 million shares outstanding. It's 57 something. 60 million shares outstanding. They're not going to go to 600,000. They're not going to go to 1 billion. They're not going to go to 10 billion. Why? Martin Shen asked one question in my presence. I'm paraphrasing. Paraphrasing. It was a long conversation. Where do you go for honest money on Wall Street? He's not going to sign another deal with the criminals. Now they only have one strategy: sell, sell, sell. And when a company's doing well, sell more. And when a company needs money, just keep selling because you can dilute the good news on a per share basis. It's not going to happen with finger motion. And I'm just going to point out one more thing on finger motion. In the interview Martin had with me, he said that finger is going he said finger is going to raise some capital. Finger is going to raise some capital. He said it. Stock went from 3 to now it's 2. So Mark, finger can raise money. There's other ways like selling assets or et cetera. They can go back to Jeff Easton and go back to the pimp and cause themselves misery. If you think that's where they're going to go, I wouldn't be in the stock. I don't think they're going to go back to Jeff Easton or get fooled by any other lying financial type. They can do equity, which is what it doesn't to Jeff Easton's clients. It doesn't matter if Jeff Easton does the equity offering. As long as the stock price is down, when finger motion raises money, it dilutes the good news on a per share basis and ever drives the stock price lower, regardless of what good things the CEO does. So Jeff Easton's clients sell the stock down to 2 because they know the company's going to raise money. So they figure we keep the heat on, the company will help us by issuing shares. They've already said they need money. They'll issue shares under $2. And since we shorted it from $10 down, it's going to help us. And then as good news, revenues, and earnings come in, it won't be 57 million shares outstanding. Maybe we can get them up to 250 million shares outstanding. So the per share basis gets destroyed. But Mark, he said he's raising capital. He didn't say I'm going to Jeff Easton. He didn't say I'm going to issue equity. He didn't say he's going to issue debt either. But what would you do if you said, where on Wall Street can you find honest money? What would you do if you know your company's on the verge of massive upswings in growth? What would you do if you have no debt? Finger motion has no long-term debt, essentially. And you have every month you can do the top-up business, so you know you have income every single month, revenue every single month, revenue every single month. You don't want to, you've already announced you're not going to do a deal, equity deal down here. You're not going to go to Jeff Easton. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go, Mark? Where are you going to go? Do you think if they announce they're doing a debt deal, that the shorts go, uh-oh, they didn't do equity. They didn't go to the liar, Jeff Easton. They did debt. So on a per share basis, this big contract, using the MULN example I just gave, the reason I use that is I don't want anyone quoting me out there, snippet that I used finger this way. But using the MULN example, where the contract's $100 million, and with the outstanding shares, that works out to $1 a share. But by going back to Jeff Easton or issuing equity after the criminals sell the stock down, that they don't deliver, they don't borrow, they don't settle, and your broker dealer does not receive, and Ann Wagner says we do not have to track these trades because we do not want to know, because we want to protect the privacy of the criminals. That's Ann Wagner. But all of a sudden, they're going to realize where MULN, in my example, the $100 million revenue turned not into $1 a share, but 10 cents a share. The criminals here with finger are going to realize, oh my gosh, they did plain vanilla debt. There's going to be just as many shares outstanding as there were before this contract was announced. We are FUXED. It's possible. But hey, they have every trick in the book, Mark. I think 199 is 199. Are you out of your mind? It's a buying opportunity in Finger Motion. And I think Finger is a $5 stock, $4 to $5 stock, and probably a $6 to $7 stock. Darren, my sexual orientation is my choice, I guess, which I can't prove to anybody. My beverage of choice, place of residence, it's all. So, I love what you say here, Darren, because what you're saying is it's a free country. And I think that's what we both can agree on. Not you, I'm not picking on you. I'm talking about both sides of the aisle, red and blue and independent. We can all agree that it's a free country. We could start there, couldn't we? When we're thinking about reuniting with each other, it's a free country. The only role for government is when my freedoms impose on your freedoms, you need the government there to make sense out of it. Otherwise, it's a free country. We all agree on that. Thank you, Brian. I'm going to just read some of these. Alcohol is a horrible drug. Yeah, alcohol. I was talking to somebody I used to hang out at the Bottom Line with, and I had a lot of great times down there, I'm sure. But I also look back on it, a lot of wasted time, a lot of wasted time. It felt important then. It's one thing about drinking, your friends seem important, but then eventually it always ends. Taxes are going up, and that's why, thank you, June. That's why I think looking into getting tax losses is important. Hey, Stony, I don't want to jinx it, but thank you. uh, the interesting thing for me about it is I don't want, like, the one guy that's going to be your champion with GTII, he doesn't drink. A little bit, maybe. Ham doesn't drink. I mean, a little bit once in a while. But I don't have the courage just to try one drink and then see what happens. I figure I'm all full up. I filled up on my booze. I had everything I needed to drink, and I don't need to drink anymore. I'm not gay. That wasn't my point. It's somebody put it up. I'm not, anyway, I don't want to be defensive about it. You can think whatever you want. But it's like Rodney Dangerfield. It'd be better to, you got twice the choices. I'm not gay, but I'm alone. That's for sure. It's only in 11 states. I didn't know that. I didn't hear that rumor. And is it Fink or Flink? I don't know. Anyway, I didn't hear that rumor, but Trump, it's just like Trump to bring in people that his cabinet last time I didn't like. Sorry for yawning. There were a couple of people I liked in his cabinet last time, but for the most part, John Bolton, come on. Ugh. His cabinet last time was terrible. Just terrible. Andy, I'm glad you're done with GTII because there's nothing there. But Finger, I don't know. I don't know if you're a real person, but Andy, if you put 5,000 into GTII, it's worthless. If you also put 5,000 into Finger, maybe it's worth 2,000. So your 10,000 is down 80%. Now, if you want to sell out a Finger, that's fine. You're tired of waiting. I get it. It's a market. Just move on. But by my example, it means you have 1,000 shares of Finger at $2. I ran out of space. So I'll use these numbers and you can fill in the gaps. I don't, Andy, I'm telling, if you want to be done with finger, I'm not telling you to stay in it. Do what you want to do. Please do what you want to do. And if you want to compare finger to GTII, it's a non sequitur, but if that's how your brain works, do it. I certainly am not telling you to stay in. But if you started with 10,000, your GTII is completely gone. Your finger right now is worth 2,000. You put 5,000 there in my example. The other 5,000 is a complete wipeout. So you're down to 2,000. I believe finger's going to go to 5, 6, 7 over the next months. Could be sooner. So your 2,000 is going to be worth 5 or 7. And I think finger could go to 10, 15, 20, $30 if you wait. You don't have to wait at all. But if it went to 12, your combined investment would be worth 12,000. It's not great, but at least you're making a profit and you can move on. But if you have a better stock, a better story that you know better, go, Andy. Really. And Matt would tell you I'm covering my ass, but I never told you to buy GTII at $5, $6, $7. And I certainly didn't tell you to diamond hand it down all the way. But I'm not criticizing you because I had the same, what's the word, deer in the headlights. I was listening to him. I'm not blaming him. But you know the story. If you want to conflate finger with GTII, that's how your thinking process goes. I agree with that, Dan. No point in talking about GTII until they file their finances and then they start trading again. You're right. Yeah, I do think she has a better chance, Miguel, than Biden. Mainly because Trump can't hit her. I'm not talking about physically. I'm talking about if he attacks her on stage, he'll lose votes. She can attack him. He has to stick with the facts, but she can just attack. It's just how it is. Also, I think women are going to vote for her. The future is female, and we all know that women do things better than men do. I'm voting for Trump, by the way, Miguel. I'm going to vote for Trump. I like RFK. I think her actions are the border. I don't think. Don't get excited about finger being GTII being up. Don't get excited. It probably has a bid and ask of under a penny to 9 cents, and they want you to get excited because it's a washing machine right now. I would stay away from buying finger unless GTII. I didn't mean to say the wrong one. Stay away. I would buy finger. I would stay away from buying GTII because you don't know what the spread is. You don't know if you can buy. If you put it in at 5 cents, the only way you're going to get it if it's headed lower. If you put it in low, I mean, if you can put it in at 2 or 3 cents, that's fine. But that's money you're just basically averaging down with, and it's got to be throwaway money. But there's better trades out there, I think. Billy, you think finger's going to be Oh no, you're saying S1. I don't know when their S1's going to be. I don't even know what you're talking about. Hey, Grim. I don't know if she picks Shapiro. Somebody told me she did. Really, Bill? I do understand. I agree, Ramiro. It'd be great to be able to trade it, but I would stay away. Proof of life of Lucky. He's asleep right there. When it hits 9, the bid is probably 1 or less than 1. Hey, Gerald. All right, I'm going to go back down to the bottom. All right, there, that's you. All right, I couldn't find that, Louis. I couldn't find you yesterday. I'm writing you down. Now that I have it, I can search your name. I can search your name in the Gmail search, and I should be able to find you. I couldn't find it last night. And I got frustrated. But send it again if you want to farrandbalanced at Gmail. It's not closed yet, but we're getting to the point where they might close the offering just because, you know, it's an attractive offering. That's why. But we're also getting close where the bigger money comes in, and once the bigger money comes in, we won't have a chance to invest. So, Louis, I'll look for you. Yes, that's the email me there. All I need is your name, address, phone number, and what amount you'd like to do, and I give that to the company, and then they contact you, and you deal with them directly. Yeah, email, phone number, name, address, and amount. That's it, and then they'll send you everything. And it's pretty simple, and I'm excited about it. Gold is. I was going to talk to you about gold today. What time is it? 6 o'clock. I might. There's a really good article on it that I found. But they're projecting. Goldman Sachs is projecting gold at 2,700. Brave call. Brave call. But Jim Rickards has really increased his target. I think it's 16 grand now. So we're on the verge of a huge move in gold, I think, regardless of who gets in office. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I gotta talk to him. I want to have $5,000 because I did talk to the guy. There's 5 choices. The most expensive one is $5,000. And I got all confused while I couldn't tell what I really have to decide is, do I want to be able to read or look in the distance and then wear glasses for the other? But the $5,000 option, you go in, they give you some sort of lens, and then you go in a week or two and they adjust it. And you can see in the distance, in the middle, and up close. But then I went to my eye doctor and he said, yeah, but the only problem with that is it'll change over time and we can't give you glasses for it. So I have to make up my mind. Wow, Barbara. You did get your eye this morning and you're going to get the other one? That's awesome. What a gift. What a gift. What a gift. Congratulations. Don't buy GTII unless you're doing it as a dollar cost averaging and you realize you can lose everything in it. And Matt up there, I'm not covering my ass. It's what I think right now. Yeah, thanks, Lion. It looks good on the daily. Well, maybe they're gonna kick butt when they meet with Reichman. But am I able to sell GTI? I don't know. It depends on your brokerage firm. I'm not selling mine because I mean it's nothing. If it's still at this level at the end of the year, I can write it off for a tax loss. But anyway, if you want to sell, call your brokerage firm. Tell them you want to sell. You're going to have to get the bid and the ask. It's the expert market. And just put an order out there. My guess is the bid is well below a penny. The stock is not going up unless something good happens in court or if they can negotiate with Reichman. And even then, it's going to take time. And you've got to get through this year's tax loss selling. I'm not optimistic for GTII doing anything below, but I could be wrong. And Matt, I'm not trying to cover my ass. I'm broke, lost money in all the stock I'm holding. I'm done with the stock market. Well, yeah, that's one. I understand that and I'm going through it. This isn't the stock market. These are stocks which happen to trade in the market. But we're in an area where the stocks are. Bunny, the stocks are under constant attack. Finger motion just 6 weeks ago was being celebrated and feasted on NASDAQ. And all NASDAQ is an opportunity for the criminals to create some derivatives or whatever the hell they call it with options so they can keep selling it downward. So, Bunny, I would suggest that you don't invest in the market anymore. And you're welcome to come on and give your comments. But from now on, I'm going to assume, since you say it there, that you are finished with the stock market. And I'm going to assume you own no stocks from now on when you come on. So I think it's a good choice. Just get out of the market. And there's other things you can do with your money. You can get 5% at the credit union. You can buy silver, own physical silver. You can do other things with your money, go on a cruise. But Bunny, from now on, I'm going to assume you don't own anything. And so I won't answer your questions. Hey, John. Buying GTII tomorrow. You have to, depends if your broker allows you to buy it. I don't know if it's on Schwab. I should talk more about GTII. Okay, do you know what GTII stands for? First person that tells me. You are right. Global Tech Industries Incorporated. Yay. CGX is good. I like CGX. Let me see this stock chart. I like that one. Let me see what the stock chart's telling you. No, I don't like it anymore. That looks terrible. That looks terrible. But what happened that when it went from, I'll study CGX. Let me look at it on the Toronto. God, that's horrible. I think CGX has been attacked by, they did a deal. So I take back my initial favorable reaction. I'll look into it, but I think it's another company that's been destroyed by the shorts. And once they get into it, once they've destroyed a company, they're not going to, you might as well just move on. As much as you love the story of CRTD, MULN, MMAT, anyway, there's other ones out there. Might as well just move on. Finger isn't in that game anymore, but the shorting continues. Just because they bought back the note, the shorting continues. I don't see how they can stay down there that long, though. It's not a $2 stock. I think it's a $5 stock. And Matt will say I'm just covering my ass. Why don't you talk about GTII? I lost my money in this, and you can't just make it go away. You built this channel around GTII. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Halo, I just spent quite a bit of time talking about GTII. I've been working on GTII. I took a couple of trips to New York. I met these guys down here. I've decided to step away from that because they've got it under control. But I gave them, I introduced the guy to him that has the shell that they might go after. I mean, I'm not taking credit for it. It's just I have been working on it. But what do you want to know about GTII, Halo? How much did you pay for your GTII? I bought mine all under $1 mostly, although I added quite a bit higher. I remember that. I don't remember how high. Not over 2, I wouldn't think. I don't remember. I have, maybe if I could reconstruct it. But I bought anyway. I've lost money too, a lot of money. But I have a feeling, Halo, you've been shorting these stocks, so you're making a lot of money there. But GTII entered into a note with Power Up Lending in October or November of 2020, if I have that date correctly. And Reichman bought back the note in January/February of 2021. At that time, there were 50 million, give or take, counterfeit shares short and a very small float, very small float. The stock was trading 5 cents, 9 cents, 20 cents. and it had several runs up and down, up and down, up and down. And there were some people working with the company, close to the company, who guided the company to make a dozen different attempts, approximately, to force a squeeze on the clients of power up lending. The short position, probably, no one can tell for sure. Ann Wagner wants to keep it that way, so you protect the privacy of the counterfeiters. But the short position probably got up to 100 million shares short. And there were rumors of 400 million existing from previous destruction of GTII. But there's no way to find all that information. So GTII bought a medical company, an eyeglass company. They bought a school of higher education company. They still have it. They bought beyond blockchain, sorry. They bought a Picasso to distribute. They bought another painting to distribute. They signed up for Upstream and applied to list. They made an offer to buy CRTD for $3 in stock in order to cause a squeeze in both positions. They attempted to buy a law firm. It took over a year to do the due diligence. And then the law firm walked away. Maybe they were never serious. I don't know. They made a deal to buy Trento Mines. And it looks like possibly the guy that came in from Chicago may have queered that deal. You might know the guy. You might work with him. They aggressively went after the shorts. They hired Wes Christian. And I think it was 53 different broker dealers he went after for, not broker dealers, market makers, for spoofing. But that guy's so busy with other cases, and I'm sure nobody's paying his bills anymore. So that probably just lays there waiting for responses. A year ago, Halo, that guy's going to say I'm covering my butt. I'm not going to go on about me. A year ago, I started, anyway, doesn't matter. If Halo, where would you pay for GTII? Anything you paid for it, you're down 99%. But if you paid, the most you could have paid maybe was $8. I don't know why you would. 7, 6, 5. I don't know why you would. But if you did pay that much, those were prices to be sold. I didn't do it like an idiot. But if you paid, let's say, $7, I don't know. I wasn't telling you to buy it at 7. I don't even know you. Why would you let it go down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 50 cents, 40 cents, 20 cents, and not do anything ever? I mean, that's what I did. But, I bought 4,000 265 shares or 69 shares of MMTLP, and I had to sell some stock to do that. It's not a big, it wasn't a big saving grace at all. And now I'm in that. I can't sell it, but I moved that to NextBridge. But at least I have that little bit, which frankly, if that hits the numbers I think it could more than make up for my investment in GTII. But it's a small thing. But I did that. I sold a little bit and I bought Logic at 35 cents. I looked at my cost basis the other day. I bought more Logic at 20 cents. I mean, it's not pretty, but at least there's a couple of things there that have the potential to perform. I don't know how, Halo, you would not own more than one stock in the first instance. And then as it's coming down, your own self-preservation, unless you're a wealthy guy, would be, I put 20 grand in and now it's worth 5 grand. I'm down 75%. For me, for 5 grand to go back to 20, it's got to do a 3x. Is it going to do that? Or can I get a 3x somewhere else? Maybe I should take a little bit off so at least I have some powder. I don't believe you lost money. And I'm not trying to make it go away. I'm sitting here. But I did not build the, what did I build on this channel? I didn't build it around GTII. I did believe from my own experience, GTII was behaving like a short squeeze. I think it's very difficult for CEOs and investment IR types, investor relation types like Frank Benedetto, to know what he's doing. He acts like an expert, so maybe he does know what he's doing, but maybe he doesn't. It's probably not his fault. But the Kramers were down $1 billion. The dividend, that's the other thing they did. They issued a warrant as a special dividend. It was working. But all of a sudden that squeeze popped. And Halo, Matt's going to say I'm covering my ass. The videos are all out there if you want to go listen to them all. But once time went by after that effort by Lou, Frank Benedetto, and Gus Fliakos of COSM, I'm not blaming them. They probably didn't know what they're doing. They probably just didn't know. That's the CEO did. But it was coordinated, I believe, by the shorts. They all worked together. The facts gradually changed. And it's my opinion, and Matt, I'm not covering my ass. It's my opinion they have, and it's not a new opinion. I've said it for, I think, over a year. They have GTII under control. Obviously they do. And I know you made a lot of money on the short side, Halo. So I congratulate you. I congratulate your friends. You won in GTII. It's not because you're smart. It's just you have a foolproof system. And if you check your integrity and your honesty at the door, you can print money. So I hope I spent enough time talking about GTII for your benefit. Yeah, I'm glad Barbara got her eyes done, one eye done. Am I concerned that Kamala raised over 100 millions in 2 or 3 days? No. She used Bernie Sanders' number because I got at least 2 notifications as soon as she was announced. And I contributed everything that I could to Bernie. And that's Bernie's list. That's not Kamala's list. That's Bernie's list. Um, I'm not concerned by it, but I think Kamala can win. And I think she win with brackets. Win with brackets. To me, it's going to be Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those 4. And they can block the windows again in Atlanta and work all night. Philadelphia, they can have a late night delivery of pre-printed ballots from New York City that were flown in from China, apparently. They can do that again at 4:30 in the morning. Michigan, I think they can do that. Plus, I really do think that all 3 candidates, Biden, Kennedy, Trump, are so closely aligned with Netanyahu that Michigan isn't going to go that way. So as long as Kamala uh, somehow presents herself as different, Michigan, I think, will go for Kamala or could. And when I say that, it's not that Trump won't. I got to be careful how I say it. I mean, I think Trump will get more votes on the day. But I think as the counting goes into the wee hours, the win is going to go to Kamala. And Arizona is run by a Republican. So I think it's good. I think it can be Kamala. I really do. It's scary. Okay. Here's the guy here. He's a man and he's your friend, folks, but he doesn't give his name. Where's the actual proof of counterfeit shares? There isn't any, except in the stock price. In the case of Finger and GTII, FINRA puts up the short position every single day, and it's been posted every single day. But what they don't put up is if somehow there's a covering or a delivery of shares from somewhere. That's not there. So your argument would be, well, that's what's happening. People are delivering shares, or they're covering it when we're not looking. I would argue with you, it hasn't shown up in the price ever. But what happens, Halo, your friends decide to get it into this obscure thing that the lobbyists created called the expert market. And now you can start moving shares. But the proof that exists for GTII is in a court filing when FINRA moved to expel Alpine, the prime broker. The NSCC states in black and white that Alpine is deficient because of a large short position. I think they said naked, but they said short position. And large, they meant big in GTII. So that's where some of the proofs. Adults value facts. I'm glad you're an adult, Halo. That comforts me that you're an adult. You just whined up there that you lost all your money. That sounded like a child, but now I know you're an adult. Children speculate. Really? You don't speculate. You just short. And you come here to ridicule. And you can stuff your life lesson 101 right up your rear end. Yeah, that's probably true too, Nunya. I didn't think of that. I don't think she raised it. I think it was. Anyway, we'll see. I think she has a real shot of winning. Thank you, TK16. TKO. Just another love. TKO. Halo, I don't know what ticker you were speaking of, but if you're here trying to tell me that market makers don't naked short sell, you can stop now. There's no need to thank you, Nunya. But he's an adult, Nunya. He's an adult. So I guess he can own his own losses. Now everyone thinks I'm gay. The only guys that don't think I'm gay are gay guys. My sister has many friends who are, and I get invited out for a drink now and then, and I go. But one night I was at their bar a long time ago, I'd say 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I was a Friday night, and I was just standing drinking. And so it must have been 6 or 7 years ago. I was just having a drink. Dito ran the bar, is a good guy. And I had another one. He always called me the chairman. I think I was having, I don't know, beer or gin and or a glass of wine, whatever. And I had another one. And every now and then I'd get in a conversation. I had my phone with me. I think I was waiting to go do something. Anyway, I was there for a while, longer than I expected to be. It was a Friday night. And one of the guys next to me just turned to me and got so angry. Why are you here? And he'd been drinking, and he got really upset. And I think he's usually a good guy. And I said, what do you mean? He says, you're straight. This is a, oh, Lord. And Dito handed my check, and I paid, and I left. But I don't have that preference, but I can't prove it lately. But thank you, Lewis. Thank you, PS71. To Halo, nobody forced you to listen. Nobody forced you to buy. It was a high risk grand slam play. For now, we lost. Life is tough. Grow up. But I thought, Halo, you're an adult. Having said that from day one with Williams' knowledge. And $5, I can buy a cup of coffee. Could the shorts be covering in GTII due to the wild swings? I can't see the action, so I don't know. And I'm not saying I would know, but I think it's really likely that they're moving the position, they're moving the shares. It's hard to get that concept across to you, Marlon, but if I sell 10,000 shares that don't exist to this guy puts up the money, but he owns 10,000 shares. I'm short those 10,000 shares. Now I'm a hedge fund, and this is a retail guy that's bought this, but these shares are sitting now non-existent. The Fidelity, say, client has put up their cash. There's an IOU, but there's a placeholder of non-delivered shares at the prime broker. Well, I sold it here, and I have, let's say, $10,000 stuck at the prime broker's account. I can't get that out. I sold this into existence, because I'm illegally abusing the market maker exemption. But because of my credit, because of the people I know, the ones I'm working with, I don't really need to put up any money, but I have to pay fees for this. But the prime broker, because my lawyer, Jeff Easton's lawyer, is lying and saying there's going to be plenty of shares coming, it's illegal. But they, you know, it really comes down to what the definition of is. So you have this non-existent position that's waiting to be covered at the prime broker. In order for the hedge fund to get their $10,000, they have to cover these shares. So they set up another hedge fund that comes in and buys these shares for cash. But they do it by shorting shares in the market. So this position closes, and the first hedge fund can take the 10 grand minus fees out. But the second hedge fund sold stock to come up with money that doesn't exist, and then comes and buys these shares with the cash. But there's a short position now existing in this other LLC. So they moved the short position. They moved the naked shares to a new LLC. It's hard concept to explain, I guess. I don't know how to do it. I've done it on a whiteboard before. But if you're not trading, it doesn't, your brain can't process it. If the first hedge fund sells 10,000 shares at $10, he has $100,000 sitting at the prime broker. But he can't get that out till he closes that position. So he sets up, or he works with a second LLC, and then they get a bunch of these people like Halo to short it down, short it down, short it down, short it down. Let's ignore all that activity, but let's just assume that the stock has gone from $10 down to $1. Well, now they can set up a second LLC to short it at $1, which you're going to say, that's risky. Well, they control everything, but they short it at $1, but they can take, let me see how I explain it. They're arranging these trades. So it's not happening in the open market. This needs a closing transaction. So down at $1, this other company, this other LLC, they've arranged it. They coordinated. It's illegal, but they'll put out their shares at $1 to sell. These guys are buying to close it out. They'll be buying at 1.0076999. That's the code. And then this guy will come in and sell at 1.0067999 or whatever I just said. So this new guy sells this guy the shares. It's all prearranged. Nobody's in between. Now that closes out that position. That money can go anywhere it wants to now. But now this new LLC is short 10,000 shares. They only got $1 for it. But the spoofing and back and forthing, they can try to get you to buy some and sell some and anything you're doing. but they also start moving those shares to an LLC they'll walk away from. But their goal is, even at $1, is to get that stock seller boxed. And then if you remember that stock Lou recommended, and I bought some, NRVA or something, it had a zero bid. The bid went up to 3 cents, 3 to 4, and then it's 2 to 4, it's 2 to 3, 1 to 3, 1 to 2. Whoever that market maker was, and I think Lou got paid off for that, by the way. They were moving shares unbelievably, and that was trading hundreds of millions of shares. And they were moving it, and they're making money. They're making fantastic amounts of money. And they cleaned up their book, and now the stock doesn't trade. The game is rigged, boys and girls. So yes, the shorts could be covering, but it doesn't mean the shorts doesn't still exist. They're moving it. They're moving it to other LLCs. So their greed is so high. They're not putting up fresh cash to close the transaction. They don't want the transaction closed because then they have to pay capital gains. Their greed is maximus. But yes, they are doing that. I know that's why they don't show the blue sheets. That's it, Nunya. Unlimited supply. There's no price discovery anymore. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I hope. I mean, I hope. I heard that Elon Musk is not donating $45 million a month for voting regularity or irregularity. So I hope they're defending against that. But I'm not optimistic. I think we're going to end up with Kamala Harris. Ronald Reagan was the best president we ever had. He built an unbeatable economy. Oh, I don't know. All I can say is I didn't think so at the time. And I don't think he was a great president. But anyway, that's my conflict in my own head. No, I haven't. Why don't I sell some of the stock I own and buy one? Just wondering. You are just wondering? Do you think I own enough stock to pay for a computer? Daviolio, do you think I own enough stock to pay for a computer? $7,000, $10,000. Do you think I own enough of that? I'll just leave you wondering. There you go. Thank you, PS71. I said that'll. I'm not gonna. I don't want Matt to think I'm covering my ass. Bill Clinton had an estimated 39 scandals surrounded his presidency. Yeah, I used to defend Bill Clinton. And I always thought that the media, everyone was hard on him. Then I found out he was hard on everyone else. No, that's just a joke. I didn't read his book, and a lot of people love Bill Clinton. there is a book I want to read. It's called Nobody Left to Lie To. And it's by Christopher Hitchens about Bill Clinton. I want to read that book. At least Bill Clinton had enough sense to take a right-hand team at the midterm elections, not Obama. He just slammed down his left-hand accelerator pedal to the floor. A right-hand term at the midterm elections. Well, I don't know how old you are, but what happened to Bill Clinton was Hillary, and she made a complete screw up of healthcare. It was a bloody disaster, and that cost the midterm elections. And Bill Clinton lost the House and the Senate because of Hillary. And then Newt Gingrich came in, and Newt Gingrich was a firebrand, and he institutionalized words, which is obvious now that, that's words. That's what Churchill did. He used words, but Newt Gingrich used terms. He defined things. He got everybody in his caucus to use the same words describing anything. I can't remember an example, but maybe welfare queen or crack whore. I don't know if he used those, but they all used the same terms. And soon people started talking Newt Gingrich's way. And the House had been controlled by Democrats forever. The House swung Republican and stayed that way. And that was because of Hillary. That's it, Heath. Infinite liquidity. They never sell. You're right, Heath. Kuda guy. Good to see you. Automotive manufacturers are going to be out of business unless we take over Mexico. China's building plants in Mexico. China's building plants so large in China. Our businesses, this is accumulation of 40 years of financialization. And I'm telling you, Bill Clinton was the best Republican ever. He accelerated the movement of working class jobs, steel, manufacturing out of the country. But he did it with a smile on his face. Yeah, Barbara says, line of all trades. I always hit the like and share your site along with Concrete Jungle. We'll always love you. Bill Clinton, George Bush, they were both corrupt. I think Hillary's corrupt. I'm not sure Bill's corrupt. But then you get into really fine definitions, don't you? The US government made the housing collapse happen. Okay. That's what I worry about. Nunia, that's what I worry about. Clark, can't stand Obama. He was a horrible president. Well, I voted for him twice, but I look back on it let me put it this way. He wasn't he weren't no FDR. He ain't no FDR. That's it, PS 71. That's it. I'm not going to read it out with my name in it because it sounds self-centered. Do I think we should vote for Donald Trump? Yeah, I do. But I don't think it's going to, unless Donald Trump can overwhelm the system, it's not the whole country that matters. I told you the states that matter. And as long as the propaganda convinces most of the blue states that, oh, yeah, that makes sense. People hate Trump and Kamala's a woman. And anyway, I don't think our vote's going to, yes, I think we should vote for him, but I'm not sure it's going to matter unless we overwhelm the turnstiles. Well, Clark, unfortunately, people are a lot like sheep and they follow the next sheep in the hole. I just hope, yeah, I've been noticing one thing when everybody was watching Joe Biden at the debate, and then everyone watched Joe Biden the next day or 2 days later when he said, you get up, when you fall down, you get up, that. And then they watched him one more time. Anyway, he said, and in that interview he said, the idea, he said that several times. Well, now I notice, speaking of sheep, you hear so many people being interviewed say it. The idea. I had never heard it before. The idea. Now everybody's saying it. So people do imitate. We're just animals. I'm not going to read that out, but they call it Arkansas. Nunya, I'm a registered Democrat, and the third way. I think they lost me when Hillary called half of my friends deplorable. But it's funny, Nunya, a couple of things got me. It's a few years ago I noticed it. One was that when I was a vociferously arguing Democrat, my Republican friends throughout the country, because I used to travel a lot, they would argue with me, debate, but and they get all frustrated. But they never once walked away from me or didn't treat me like a friend. They just, it was a discussion. They respected me. I respected them. But I was sitting outside where we all used to sit out for dinner. And my neighbor always likes to cause trouble. There was about 10 of us at the table. And she said, well, Bill, didn't you vote for Trump? And everyone at the table looked at me. And I said, yes, I did. But I didn't bring it up. I said, thank you, Ann. And within 5 minutes, everyone had left the table. There were some huffs and anger. One woman said, dear, we got to get our check. A couple of people just got up and left. And I was left sitting there by myself. That's one experience. And I had it more than that made me start questioning, is this really my party? And then the other thing is, I don't know, Nunya, if you believe in God, and I don't judge you if you don't. But I started realizing that other than my family, most of my Democratic friends didn't believe in God. And I don't judge it. I don't judge it. But I was like, is that really who I want to be associated with? Anyway, those are a couple of the questions I had. But otherwise, the Democratic Party has totally moved away from me. Is that because it's me, or is it them? I don't know. But I just like you say, I don't recognize the party. I don't recognize the party. And I don't think RFK does either. There was a multimillionaire that spent 40 million. Well, I will admit, Clark, that a lot of other people caught on to his wheeling and dealing before I did. But I don't know. I think he was more flexible than corrupt. I think his wife, you might have a point. Anyway, I don't know. How can you prove the counterfeit shares? Well, one way, Halo, would be for Ann Wagner to approve or put out to vote the consolidated audit trail. So we wouldn't have to argue with, their shorts because you're doing it. But you have access to information we don't. We ask for blue sheets. We don't get them. So Ann Wagner buys the lobbyists you hire. The lobbyists say it's a privileged trading strategy. It's our privacy. The number one thing would be to report in daylight all the trades every single day, the short position. FINRA apparently reports on the day the tickets where it's non-located, and maybe doesn't report the reconcile. Put it all out there, and don't do it on a net basis, trade by trade. The counterfeits exist because of the price action, and the volume. And all this, Halo. You're just trying to spread FUD. The reason it can't be proven is you guys don't want it to be proven. You're breaking the law. You have a strategy to just print money. Why would you expose yourselves? And it can't be proven until every single trade is done out in the open. And there's no reason why they shouldn't be. There's no secrets. These aren't stocks that need to trade lightning fast all day long. They're just piece of shit stocks. They're not Tesla. You can. Anyway, the way you prove it is blue sheets and a consolidated audit trail. The other way you prove it, Halo, settle the trades. Settle the trades. The receiving broker-dealer, demand receipt. Then you'll find out. But until then, you're going to move them around. You're going to have all sorts of tricks. And if you're specifically talking about GTII, look up the court case. Just Google FINRA expels Alpine. You can do your own homework. That'll be a task for you. You can find out in the filing, if you do your homework, that there's a large naked short, I don't know if he said naked, but a concentrated large short position in GTII, which is why Alpine was going to be kicked off, and will be, in my opinion. Nunez says, I just got another 400 shares of Finger. I'm giddy about them driving the price back down here. I was buying it at 355 and 315. Thanks for renewing my interest in it, Bill. Much nicer too. If I did that, I did something good. I hope if the stock goes to 10 and you make $4,000, you go buy yourself a pony. Anyway, you go buy something good. Nunez, great. I have a Vine. I have a calculator. That's right. Just I know, Jeff. You are pretty kind and persistent to tell me that. I can't always tell. Then I figure it out halfway through and I finish it up. Matt thinks I'm just covering my ass, but I think from the get-go, I've tried to answer all sides of every question. And I don't want to minimize the hurt people, the shock people are experiencing in GTII, that all of a sudden it doesn't trade and it's in this behind the curtain netherworld created by lobbyists, short sellers, lawyers, and Congress and the SEC. But at the same time, in trading, and I'm not much of a trader, but in the markets, cold hard truth. It is what it is. GTII is finished for now. It can always resurrect. There is no big money that's going to come into GTI other than short covering. But right now, they don't have to cover. And they bought time with lawyers. They have money. They have your money, and they have all the money. I wish I had my SEC filing here. I have it. I just wish I could put my hands on it right away. Kurt Kramer is a 2-time recidivist. I bet he still settles again with the SEC and walks away free. I bet he does. 2-time recidivist. But in that filing, it said over a 3-year period, as to my memory, that he had done the same thing with 352, to my memory, additional notes, just like the one they're going after him for. This is an industrial scale theft. This is bigger than cocaine selling out of Colombia. This is theft on the largest scale imaginable. It is trillions of dollars annually. And it's your money. And when these boo birds, this Halo guy, of course, he doesn't have an IRA. He's got a house in the suburbs. He's got a sort of cute wife that dolls up and is always there to do anything. He's got 1 or 2 girls on the side. He's got a fancy car, smokes cigars, works out unbelievably, and wears a little bit of gold, flashes the cash wherever he is, buys the drinks. Maybe he's into cocaine, but I doubt it, because he's probably a health nut, and travels a bit, and he preens a lot. And he's so proud of himself. But what's going to be amazing to Halo 72, it's going to be amazing to all of you. When I say the market's going to go up, there is a way to make money on the way up. But when it's up there, I think you've either got to sell while everybody's buying, or you at least have to buy puts. Because you might call it and say this is the top, and it keeps going. And get ready that you buy the puts and they become worthless and you have to buy some more. But when the Dow is at 60 or 70,000 and I don't know. Does the Russell go to 3,000 or I don't know where it is. Anyway, start buying puts. Buy them in the banks. Buy them in Schwab or one of the brokerage firms. When it collapses, I mean, I think the NASDAQ can go to 25, S&P go to 7,000, Dow go to 60, 70. But when it starts, those aren't promises, but when it's up there, when the collapse comes, my gosh, it's going to go down so fast you can't even. So buy some puts, but start thinking that way. But it's going to hurt Halo. He's thinking, well, if we're short stocks, we're going to make money. But everything else he has is going to go to worthlessness because our market is a house of cards. And when the stock starts selling off, the criminals might be able, and they will be, they'll accelerate it on the downside because they have reg show. There's 4 tickets in the United States: a buy ticket, a sell ticket, a sell short ticket, and a sell my dog ate my homework ticket, the market maker exemption. And that's where these guys will start shorting as it goes down. They will take the stocks down and they'll book all that profit. My computer is freezing a bit. Supply and demand are real principles until they aren't. Well, Nunya, there is going to be supply and demand always works out in the end, but it's going to be down. It's going to be down. And then when it crashes, there'll be calls for a new market. But I think the new markets are going to be in China, Southeast. Somebody else will lead. It could be Moskva. It could be Leningrad. It could be Cairo. I doubt it, but it could be a country we don't think of right now. New York, Chicago, London, Japan are all living on past glory. And if you think that the Dow, the market is worth X. I was in love with a woman, and her boyfriend that was always around. One night I ran into him at a bar in Old Town, and she always told me how smart he was. And she's probably right. She always had a great, still does. I mean, she still has it. She has a great ability to see things and analyze things. I'm trying to think of another word from a different perspective because that sounds insulting. I don't mean that way. She's very smart, and she would come up with a observation or a conclusion that a lunkhead like me didn't see. And then I went, and then I didn't see it. And then I go, oh, wow. And that it would be something to think about for 2 or 3 days. But anyway, I really wasn't impressed that this guy was all that smart. He said, I got one question for you. Where does all the money go? Because the market had just corrected. So what do you mean? Well, the stock market was at this big price. Stock market was whatever it was back then. I don't remember. but it just sold off. So everybody was worth whatever, $1 trillion, and now it's only $500 billion. Where did that $500 billion go? I just looked at him. I said, that's an intelligent question. Maybe it is an intelligent question, but the answer is everything's priced on the margin. And right now, our stock market is so inflated with money, everything's being priced on the margin, but it'd be even higher, by the way, if there weren't counterfeit shares. But on the way down, man, they're gonna sell you more stock than there is, and it's gonna come down so quickly. But also, people are going to start realizing, like Nunya does, wait a minute, what's happening? And that's why I think the Dow is going to round trip. I don't know if it'll go to 1,000, but it could go to 2,000. That's gold, silver, land, water, whatever you know how to, whatever business you know that no one else knows. Thank you, Jeff. That's very nice of you. Thank you, Nunya. It's very nice of you. Thank you, Donna. Oh, Donna. Does Finger have any revenue coming in from other countries than China? I have to look it up. But this so-called Netflix of Southeast Asia that they have, I think it's Jijun. Anyway, they bought this app that has like 100,000 users, and they're mostly outside of China. That's the one place they have some revenue. To the extent that Chinese people move and live abroad, they probably have some revenue outside. But no, their focus is right now on China, Nicole. And I think that's a big enough country that they can more business than they could ever say grace over. I think 205 is great. 205 is great. .005 in Canada. Well, maybe put out a GTC. You have to understand, T. Alex, if you put an order in to buy, let me just show you. Oh, I can't erase this. Here, I can use this piece of paper. I mean, for all you know, that's the spread. You can't see that. 9-cent ask, 0.0001 bid. You can't see that. 9-cent ask, 0.0001 bid. That's, for all you know, that's what it is. So, but my point is, if you put it in to buy at 0.005, that's your bid at 0.005, you're ahead of the pre-existing bid. But in order for that to fill, this this ask has to come all the way down to 0.005 unless they start crossing. But I don't know in this expert market if they have an obligation to take your shares. Well, or hit the bid. Hit the bid. I'm not sure. It's a new market I'd never heard of before. But anyway, my point is put it in. Let me state it differently. If they come down, that ask comes down, it might go down to 0.0002. They'll hit your bid on the way down. My point being that when they fill you, they're only going to fill you when the market has gone way against you. You're going to be at a loss in that trade right away. But it might be okay because that's so cheap and things will work out. You won't see it anyway, so I don't know why I'm wasting your mind telling you that. But you put it out GTC. You might get it. Are you going to go live? Maybe. How could I do that? I'll try to. I'll see what I can do. I'm not very clever technologically. And I have a computer that might as well be a Model T. Lucky should be president, except he naps more than Joe Biden. Hey, Red Pepperoni. Hey, Billy Ray. Hey, Richard's not coming on now, but I heard that the receivership hearing is on the 7th. I can try. I don't know if I'll be able to stream. I have to think, how can I stream that webinar? I'm sure I can figure out a way to do it. That's it, Jeff. It's the shorters. It's the shorters. Everyone is down. I know that. And that one of the reasons, Red Pepper, I started to say before, and I think I transitioned out of my own thought. But some of these people are the shills and the people behaving in what I consider a very evil way. But some people are just hurt, and it does hurt. And I took my blows and did it my way. I'm trying to just stand in. I know Matt up there says I'm just covering my ass, but that's not my motive. It's shit. It's shit. But there are ways out. And the thing is, you can't make it all back in one trade. And I'm here to tell you, I don't think you can make it all back in GTII. You have to start out with one or two smaller trades. I think in the case of just the pairing or the tripling of Finger, CRTD, GTII, and maybe you put in there MMTLP, I don't know. But I think Finger has the potential to give you back a lot of your money. Does it have the potential to squeeze? When you listen to him, I get all excited and I think it can go to the moon. But realistically, I believe that Wall Street has everything under control. Everything. Absolutely everything. But it could. It's got to be a surprise. It's got to be something we can try to stay in there, stay in there, stay in there, stay in there. But it's got to be some trigger that catches everything by surprise. And I think Finger, I'm trying to remember who just bought the stock. I have a Biden brain. Somebody just bought 400 shares. Was it Barbara? Was it Nunya? Was it? Anyway, one thing that can be a real turnaround for Finger is when the shorts realize that Finger, and I don't know, I'm making, these are speculations on my part. So let me state that differently. If Finger were to announce they raised money, but it didn't involve equity down here, I think that'd make the shorts pucker up. If Finger has another contract they announce, if Finger has more research coming, if Finger's earnings do start getting to be projectable, if, as Ham points out, Finger is meeting with a large New York institutional sales force. Institutional means the brokers are there for the institutional clients, not numbnuts like me, retail. I mean, there's things that can change the situation in our favor. Now, I am not going to be somebody that tells you, which is what the mistake I made. So maybe I'm shutting the barn door after the horse skedaddled. But for me, I don't really have very much of anything anymore. But for me, if I could see a little bit of a profit, I guess I should qualify what I just said. I don't have very much in the public markets. That's what I should say. If I can get a gain, I'm gonna take my original money off and let the rest run. I used to think, well, let it all go and see what happens. I'm not going to do that again. And I highly encourage you to do it that way too. But, I'm not talking about big shakes right now, which is kind of embarrassing. But hey, that's life in the fast lane. But I do know that you can start with a little bit and build, and then there's a trade that works, and all of a sudden you're past a threshold. I don't know where any of you are. But I used to have a boss that told me the first 100,000 is difficult, and he's right. I don't know how many times you've had to try to put 100,000 aside in your lifetime. Anyway, I'll keep my own experience with a couple of friends off the air. But 100,000 you get there. If you double 100,000, that's 200. If you double that, that's 400. If you double that, that's 8. You double that, that's 1.6. You can it can happen. But we're going to be going into a period here where you cannot be diamond hands. I mean, you never should have been. I really believed, as you recall from some of my videos, I always said if it squeezes, I really believed that there were going to be squeezes. I thought Finger and GTII were on the verge of squeezes a little over a year ago. But the shorts have just massive amounts of money. So I can't really blame. I mentioned a couple of guys, 3 guys, but that's a situation that I saw. I can't really blame them. They were trying to feed their family. They may not have known what they were doing. It may have appeared innocent. They may have believed what they were saying. But when you look back at on a macro level, this whole game is I don't know where, I can't think of an analog, because they're all doing it and they cover for each other. It's just incredible. So 2 years or 2.5 years ago, I believe there was an incentive to buy in these positions. Even when they're under pressure to have their positions bought in, they just move it to another prime broker, and then that prime broker files a lawsuit against FINRA. I mean, it seems endless, all the crap they can pull out. They're like Kimberly Cheadle in front of Congress. There's always some other weasel way out. GTII, close only. Yeah, John Platinum. I read to everybody, so I know. That's a decision of Schwab. It's not the rule. What's unsolicited is the quotes, bid and ask, and the reporting. It has nothing to do with whether you're allowed to buy or sell the stock. That's up to your broker dealer. And it's not pretty for GTI. Hey, Big B. Big Bertha? No. Big Bob? Big Ball? Big Balls back in Cowtown? Axe 1, I really wouldn't get excited by the price action in Finger. Sorry. You know what? Now I see why they were saying I used the different name the other day. I mean GTII. I wouldn't get excited by the action in GTII because it's just the difference between the bid and the ask. They're not going to give you a fair market. If you buy it at 0.001 and it trades at 9 and you try to trade it at 7, they're not going to let you out. There is nothing fair about the expert market. They're just going to fleece you. They're just going to fleece you. Now, if you want to use it as a way of accumulating, I'm not smart enough to know if that's a bad decision. Why? Because there are broadly three ways out here. And I know for a fact that that overnight GTII could be worth a ton of money per share, but not until they take over. And Ham will help them. Who is Chase Oliver? I know I've seen that name before. I guess I'm just losing it. That's a good point, Martin. They're not traders. They're just wimps. And you're right. They're not shorts. They just come in. These are the hit and run guys. And they establish a position. Maybe they short 500 shares, 1,000 shares. And they need it to go down 20. Look, if they short 1,000 shares and it goes down 25 cents, they make $250. That's more money than any job. If they waited tables, they wouldn't get tipped. If they sold shoes, they'd sell one pair every 3 hours. If they worked in building houses. They couldn't get it done on schedule. I agree with you. So that's why they come on, and then they want people to just to give up and sell. And I'm not, this guy Matt or Matthews thinks I'm covering my ass. Whatever. You judge it yourself. There's no way to predict or cover all scenarios. The markets are not fair. Gary Gensler gets before Congress and says we have transparent, deep, best capital formations in the market. He's either an absolute bleeding idiot or he's a liar. And I think he'd rather be a liar than an idiot. Do you think Richard's lawsuit will allow us to, at any point, trade? You have a way with words. Some people have a way with words, and others, well, not have a way, I guess. No, it's not Richard's lawsuit. It's another lawyer, either in Arizona or Nevada. And it's being funded by the whales. And Richard might be, I understand, being sued. And maybe Richard has filed something separately. But the main lawsuit that I think you're talking about isn't Richard's lawsuit. I think the only way the stock will trade again, Susan, is if they make their financial filings, which they can do. Because they're using a new auditing firm, I don't know how much it would cost. The further behind they get, to get the finances done might cost $100,000, but it could cost $250,000. It becomes expensive. So one of the reasons they may not have filed is they didn't want to spend the money. A second reason they may not have filed is it looks like Reichman may have committed fraud on some level. I'm not conversant in the allegations, so I'm just repeating what I've heard. He may have paid for personal services with stock. He may have donated or given shares. He may have bought a Rolls Royce, I understand, or bought a house. I don't know. I'm not really speculating. I'm repeating things I heard without being able to verify. But my point is, the second thing could be his attorneys are telling him, that old thing, when you're in a hole, stop digging. Just stop digging your hole. Stop putting anything out there. They're suing you. Don't write, sign, attest to anything. That gets you in more trouble. That might be a reason. The third reason, which I think you cannot ignore, Susan, is this guy who, for some reason, has this stellar background trading derivatives, and he works at a hedge fund. And he all of a sudden, out of the thousands, the tens of thousands of companies out there, he zeroed in on GTII, and that's where he wanted to go to work. People out there tell me, oh, he's a good guy. He's going to get deals done. He's going to... Me? I think he's there because the shorts want him there. Can you prove that? No, I can't prove it. But I think that that guy came in and queered the deal, potentially queered the deal with Trento Mines. Why would he do that? Because, and that's when he came in, by the way. Why? Because Trento Mines, when I was doing arithmetic, could have made that stock $25, $30 a share. That would have blown the shorts out of the water, and Alpine and the Kramer twins. He came in at that time. So the third reason that they may not have filed is kind of on purpose, not on purpose. We didn't have the money. We're in a state of flux. We changed auditors, but kind of on purpose, so they could avail themselves of this so-called expert market. And that works to, again, in my opinion, to the paymasters, to the clients, to the friends of this guy now running the company. So there's three reasons. In all three of those reasons, what they're doing is not filing their finances. Their financials, sorry. Their financials. Right now, it should be pretty easy to get their financials up there. But what if there's fraud in those financials? Their lawyer's saying, don't commit fraud again. Or it's going to cost you $300,000 to get this done because we've got to go restate 3 years and we've got to clean it up for your fraud. And nobody wants to put up the $300,000. Or there's some sort of kickback going on. There's some sort of payoff going on. Are you all right? I love you. Your back legs aren't working? Aw. I love you. You're such a good boy. You never complain. He can't get his back legs up, so he just sits down. And now we got him up. You're such a problem solver. You're a problem solver. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Anyway, Susan, one way they can get it trading again is do their financials. I don't think they have any incentive to do it. It costs money. They're in a lawsuit, and I think it helps the shorts. But if the receiver, whoever is in the receivership, demands it, and there'll be a corpus then, the judge will have to rule. You have to submit it. The judge will say, okay, you can spend that money on getting your finances done, filed. Then it can trade again. But Susan, I wouldn't I think we missed our chance to trade for the time being. We can go over it again. The guys out of New York are flying in to meet Reichman. And if they can convince Reichman, which is what I would do too, is what do you want? You want a legacy? You want your daughter taken care of? You don't want to go to jail, and you want to have whatever kickback you got so you can live the rest of your life. Do you need all these shares that you took out? Do you need this, or this? Okay, why don't we negotiate this? We're willing to let you leave a legacy for your charity, leave something for your daughter, You can keep some of your shares, and that cash you took out, why don't you give back a third of it and you keep the rest? Now, in return for that, you resign, you give up your voting rights, and we take over the company. Now, the tricky part is, to me, there's a couple of people there I don't know, but I would tend to trust. But to me, one of those maybe you keep on. Maybe. To me, I would tell them all, hey, it's not you, it's me. See y'all down the highway. And so you have to give them each a package to go. Here's what, boom, 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 boom. Then you sit down and you finally have closed that chapter. And now we pull out the next chapter. And you sit down, you know how many shares you are. You allocate the guys that have been listening here, they call up, they say, hey, I'll join you. And all of a sudden they're part of it. You pay them off because they're talented. You give everybody a piece of it. And then you get to work. You state the goal, you define it, and you let everybody get to work. And I'm not going to say more than that, because I've found that when there's gamemanship and you're trying to win, if you tell the other side what you're going to do, that's not usually the way to win. But I think there's very clear methodologies, Susan, to create value for shareholders in that case. Do I think it'll be life-changing? Maybe, maybe not. I wouldn't count on it. But I think you could make, it could be $10, $20, $30. But things have to go right. People have to be willing to negotiate and work together. People can't be greedy. There's got to be a certain selflessness. In my case, I'd look out for shareholders, not for me, not for the company, shareholders. But then there's an aspect that the company needs to grow. And of course, if you're there 24 hours, you got to be able to pay your dog food bill, So there's no real black and white. But you have to have a team you trust, and a team that has your back while you're out working, and we'll see about that. You also have to stay away from Wall Street. So you have to raise money and do your financings the way they used to be done. You cannot accept any money from anybody that comes to you on Wall Street. Anybody. You have to do it yourself. So anyway, I think they can do it, Susan. I wouldn't be focused on trading GTII right now. I think you have to accept it's done for the time being. It's August right now, right? So we've got 5 months until December. You could, if you really wanted to, try to sell it so you could take a write-off. But the problem right now, Susan, is if it matters to you, you want to, you may not be able to buy back in. So I think a better strategy would be, don't try to sell it. Don't worry about it. It's a son of a bitch, I know, but don't worry about it. Write it off in your head, which isn't easy. I know. I'm not trying to be cavalier, but we have to move on. It's so easy for me to talk this way when I couldn't get over what happened to me 5 years ago. So I know I'm asking a hard thing. But anyway, if you can just put it aside for 5 months, try to trade what's going to be the last most exciting uplift in the market you're ever going to see in your lifetime, ever. See if you can trade some of that. And I'll try to give you some ideas. And maybe you can buy some puts to protect on the way down. But try to get the rest of your life in order. Maybe some silver, gold, gold miners. Start focusing on pitter-pottering around the rest of your financial world and leave GTII on the shelf for now. Now, at the end of the year, say the last month, call your accountant and ask, Olivia, can I write off my shares of GTII? And she'll say, yes, you can. Well, what are the parameters? Well, you have to be able to say that you couldn't trade it, that you weren't able to sell. Well, she'll know. I don't know what the exact thing is. But you can write off your GTII at the end of the year. It stays in your account, but you write it off and you take, I don't know, you take a $15,000 loss for the tax year of 2024. You do it the way she tells you to do it, your CPA. Then next year, or maybe there's this year, but next year there's a gain. And if Kamala's president and you had a $15,000 gain, half of it would go to the federal government. Well, now you've got a loss that you can offset against it, and you get to keep everything because you at 15,000 gain because you have an offsetting loss. So that has value, by the way. If you're down $15,000 on I don't know what, 5,000 shares, and you get to save 7,500 on taxes, it's 5,000 shares. That's like what is it? $1.25 a share. It's as if you sold your shares for $1.25 more. So I would start thinking with GTII on how I can make a little bit of lemonade out of this giant lemon. Then next year, because it is going to take more than one of the scenarios could happen this year. If they could negotiate with Reichman to get out of this lawsuit, which I don't think is going to happen because I think the other guys there, lawsuits is what the shorts want. It's heaven to them. Oh, please don't throw me in the briar patch. It's just where Brer Rabbit wants to go. So I don't think it's going to happen. But there's a possibility that something good will happen before the end of the year. But don't plan on it. Don't obsess on it. For the sake of sanity, just accept that this bloody, crap stock is dead for the time being. I know Matthew thinks I'm covering my ass. I'm telling you how I deal with it. I'm not trying to cover my ass. Now, Is my energy more well spent constantly worrying about GTII, or is it better to focus on a stock like Finger? I personally like Logic, although what I expect now is they're going to have to announce their first deal all by its own sum, because lawyers will tell them. So 2 cents to 5 cents, by my calculations, I have no magic here. It's just I'm using the press release. 2 cents to 5 cents is a doubling of your money, but then you think, will the shorts hit it? I guess it depends on what the press release says and how soon they get the next deal done and how good this deal is and whether or not the shorts start trying to cover some. Maybe it goes to 6 or 7. But that's a short-term trade I like. That's a short-term trade I like. I love my little gold company, which could be a massive gold company in 9 months. But it's not trading. It's actually similar to GTII in the sense that it was publicly trading, and now by its own choice, it doesn't trade. It reports, but it doesn't trade, which I think is good for us because the shorts can't screw with it. And it could come out of the block trading. This deal's at 4 cents. It could come out of the block trading at $10. But I don't think it will. I just think it'll be bought out or become shares of Barrick Gold or Newmont Mining. I like that one. I like silver, although I haven't done anything about it. I like I'm not doing anything about it because I don't have the quid. But I think calls right now on DJT while it's suppressed. It's a punt. It's a gamble, but that could be $60 or $50. And if you own the 32 calls or the 35 calls, you make some money. But you buy, to be simplistic, you buy 3 of them. And when it's up, you sell one. But my point is, Susan, your energy, your thought processes are probably better spent on other stocks other than GTI right now. They buried it. And for all practical purposes, it's seller boxed. Not in the sense that it's trading at 0.0001, but in the sense that you really can't trade it. If you sold it and tried to buy it back, it would be at 9x. You might sell it at a penny and you have to buy it back at 9 pennies. It's really stupid. Not you. It's not smart to trade GTII. Accumulate maybe, strategically maybe, but not as your only play. And I'm not trying to cover my ass, Matthew. Get out for tax loss reasons, but then you might not be able to get back in. So that's why I wouldn't sell it, Susan. If you sold it now, you may not be able to get back in with like money. Back when I was suggesting sale, let me use that example. Back in December, I have it here somewhere. Of course, I can never find anything until I don't need it. I'll just do it by memory rather than make you wait for me to find it. But I have the list of the stocks I recommended at various times. Here's one. Yeah, this is midday 12/21. And when I say recommended, I just recommended that you looked at them. Logic was 4 cents. And GTII was 45 cents. So that seems high to my memory, but maybe. Okay, so GTII was at 45 cents. Logic was at 4 cents. So if you sold GTII at 40, not 45, 40 cents for a tax loss, you could have bought, you sell 1 unit of GTII, you could have bought 10 units of Logic midday on 12/21/23, if these numbers are correct. That's when I wrote it down. So you sell 1 unit of GTII, take your tax loss, buy 10 units of Logic at 4 cents, which didn't work. It's now 2 cents, but I think it just didn't work yet. But you get 10 units. All right, now just looking at that scenario, a couple of weeks ago, you might have been able to sell, and I talked about it, you might have been able to sell your GTII at 8 cents or 10 cents or 9 cents and buy Logic at 2 cents. Let's just call it 10 cents for, it's probably you couldn't, that might be optimistic, but let's just say you could have sold a few weeks ago your GTII at 10 cents and bought Logic at 2 cents. That's 1 unit of GTII for 5 units of Logic. So you're out of GTII for 31 days while you're establishing your tax loss. You're in a company like Logic, which maybe doesn't have the huge upside squeeze, but it has upside to pay for taking the risk in it for 31 days while you wait to get back into GTII. And as it turns out, odds are you could get into GTII now pretty cheaply. But something's changed now. GTII is now, for lack of a better word, seller boxed, but it's in this so-called expert market. You can't sell it at 9. I'm not sure you can sell it at 1 penny. But let's say you sold it at 1 penny. Now you sell 1 unit of GTII, you buy half a unit of Logic. That's what's changed. The comparative values have changed. And now Logic may go from 2 cents to 4 or 6 cents in the short run, although I think the shorts are going to attack it. But if they get the next 2 deals done, and let's say it's September, and those next 2 deals add with the first, the whole thing is worth 800 million, greater than 750 million. What's greater? I guess 756 million. But why would you say greater than 750 million? Not for 1,000, maybe 800 million. It works out to like 45, 50 cents a share. By my arithmetic, that could end up being wrong. But so maybe Logic can go from 2 cents to 20 cents by September. Well, then you could take 20 cents and come back maybe to buy GTII, but I don't think you're going to get a chance to buy GTII. Not while it's in receivership, not while it's in the expert market, and I'm not sure you would want to when you don't know the bid and ask. I didn't ask. You remember Mick Jagger's wife walking up to Jack Nicholson in the Batman, and she says, she touches his shoulder while he's grooming in the mirror, and she says, "You look nice tonight, Jack." He turns down, looks at her hand, and says, "I didn't ask." Anyway, let me leave my thought process there. But if you start thinking of stocks, cash in ratios with each other, I think that's what you have to do, is to try to rebuild. But yes, I think it can trade. I really think, Susan, you've got to put your mind trading other things than GTII for now. Don't get obsessed with making the money back in GTII. or even trying to take a little bit of the money off the table whilst it's in the expert market. It just doesn't make sense. It's behind the curtain. So in a way, take a deep breath, say, I don't have to think about it. I can look at my other plants. That's a tulip. I put a bulb there. I don't have to look at it for 6 months. I can potter around my other plants. That's what I think. I'm a crook. Well, Adam, if I knew your name, which I don't, I would sue you for libel. Be careful who you call a crook. One finger pointing at me, 3 fingers pointing back at you. Hey, Busy Brands, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm glad you came on. Voice of Reasons. I told everyone, Busy, that you've got the biggest space call ever coming up. You've got Elvis Presley. You've got Waylon Jennings, and you've got Tippy Martin. No, Tippy. Who did Tiny Bubbles? If you want to be happy for the rest of your life. Who did that song? Anyway, I didn't tell him who, Busy. I didn't tell him who you're going to have on. Busy's right. If new guys come in, get deals done and uplisted, I think he's right. I agree with Busy Brands. I agree with Busy. They all got to go. They all got to go. And you got to be careful who you bring on board, too. You got to be careful. There's a lot of. How does it go? How does it go? It goes. I have half a brain anymore. I know many fine feathered friends whose friendliness depends on how you do. Yeah, that's my great song. Hard, hard, hard. I'm looking for a hard-headed woman, one who'll take me for myself. And if I find my hard-headed woman, I won't need nobody else. No, no, no. But anyway, he says, I know a lot of fancy dancers, people who can glide you on the floor. They move so smooth, but have no answers when you ask, why'd you come here for? Why? Why? I know many fine feathered friends, but their friendliness depends on how you do. They know many sure-fired ways to find out the one who pays and how you do. I know many fine feathered friends, but their friendliness depends on how you do. They know many sure-fired ways to find out the one who pays and how you do. That's Hard-Headed Woman, a great song by Yusuf Islam. Bud text. I should have bought GTII when it was down there around 1 cent. No. Number one, if they let you buy it at 1 cent, it means it's got a zero bid. You don't know this. It's all volunteer, unsolicited. It's a shit. I don't know how this got through the SEC, this so-called expert market. And then it's called an expert market. So the lawyers representing management can convince the judge that if they clean up the short position at half a halfpenny, 0.00005, it's an expert market. The judge can stamp her book and protect her butt. The lawyer can protect their butt. Management can protect the butt. SEC can protect the butt. And the shorts get to keep their profits. The whole thing stinks to high heaven. But no, don't buy it at 1 cent. You won't get it. Pit lolly grower. I can't write on my whiteboard because I wrote a guy's name down. But if you put it in at 1 cent, the only way you're going to get it is if the whole price comes down. So the ask is at 1 cent or lower, and the bid doesn't exist. You don't know what you're doing, not because you don't know what you're doing. This comes out the wrong way because you can't see the bid and the ask. They're not going to let you have it at a penny for some gift. They're not going to do it unless the whole thing gets under 1 cent ask. Stop trying to trade GTII right now unless you're accumulating it. That's something different. I can't tell you what to do, but if you have a large position and your average is $4 and you're saying to yourself, F, I'm going to lose it all. Well, if you go out and buy twice as many shares or 3 times as many shares and you're able to get it at half a penny or a penny, all of a sudden your cost base is a lot less. You have more money at risk, and the same result may come. But what if something good happens? You did take advantage of it. And by the way, you can still write off that original position at the end of the year. Oh, God. God, give me the strength to know who's an asshole. No, Halo. Thank you for studying GTII. Thank you for doing your homework on it. Thank you for doing your homework on Finger. I remember up there you said you were an adult and that children speculate. So clearly you, as an adult, you haven't studied either one. So you don't own either one because you said up there that adults know facts. So you don't own either stock. You may be short both of them. That's possible because I think you're working with the shorts. But no, GTII was always a piece of shit stock. It never had a business. It tried to have it. It was an incubator. It had a gigantic short position, and they had a couple of knuckleheads out of Long Island trapped. Why do we know that? Because Alpine took over the position. Why do we know that it was a big position? Because it's in court filings. That's GTII. No, it can't happen with Finger. And you can't make it happen, Halo. You and your friends cannot short Finger Motion down to the expert market. You can't do it. I recommend, Halo, tomorrow at noon, you sign in for the Finger Motion question and answer period. And you're going to find out that you are in real trouble with finger motion. But keep playing your games. Keep coming on here, trying to create FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, trying to create doubt about me, which is fine. I have doubts about me. But keep coming, Halo. Keep coming. Keep coming. It's all you know how to do. Before you know it, you'll be 45 and you won't know how to set a table, be a waiter, be a bartender, because that's all you got left in your life. Your future, Halo, is grim. Grim. For now, you can pretend that you're a great Wall Street type. Hogan Smith. I got FKN wrecked listening to Ham on GTI. What the F happened, William? This is seeming more and more like a scam. What's with the $100 million deal with Finger? Haven't seen that yet either. Still happening. Okay, Hogan Smith. God, I don't know if you're a real person, but assuming you are, I can see you're in pain. I too could say that I got wrecked listening to him, because that's who I listen to on GTII and CRTD and Finger. But I would never say that, because the first time I heard him talk about anything, I said, yeah. Second time, now. Third time, now wait a minute, what? Okay, let me look at that. Now you're saying I flew down, I met the people involved, some of them, on my own dime. I went to New York, I met people involved. I've been on the phone, I did all the research I could. And I was pretty convinced that GTI was going to run. Now, Hogan, I don't have the self-centeredness or the spoiled brattiness to say what you said. I wrecked listening to Ham on GTII. Why? Because I was hoping to make a lot of money in GTII. That's why I was listening, and it made sense to me. Now, Hogan, nobody wants to hear it. Cindy Lou Who left these channels because I brought up a man that is dead. But finally, one of the tricks, hooks, items that GTII tried was causing a squeeze. How do we know? Alpine took over the short position from the Kramers. How do we know? Alpine is written up. FINRA wanted to expel them. Now, it's Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto's, and Gus Fliacco's. It's their complete right to suggest another stock. They came in front of everybody, both in Finger and GTII, said this is the greatest story ever. COSM, it's got 2,000% short. They're going to change their name. It's going to squeeze. They're going to change the CUSIP. It's going to squeeze. They're going to be up on upstream GTI. It's not. They're not going to do a deal with. Well, it turns out all of that was wrong. Doesn't mean they were lying. Sure, it certainly means they didn't know what they were talking about. They were probably paid to do it. Nobody does anything for free on Wall Street. But instantaneously, the stock, which was at 8 or 9, and Fidelity was paying 1,000% to buy the stock, borrow the stock, sorry. And Wells Fargo took away the buy button. And people were exercising their warrant at 275. It was causing pressure on the street to come in and buy back the shares. But in the face of that, Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, Gus Fliakos at Cosmo presented what looked like a better alternative. Everybody flooded out, bought COSM. Some got it at 20 cents. Most paid a lot more. It went to 88 cents. And guess what? Gus Fliakos did a deal at 33 cents. Took 35 million out of the market. Your money, my money. I bought a little bit of it. I broke even or lost a little bit. But it stopped the squeeze. Now you're going to blame that on him because, frankly, you're a jerk. That was a coordinated effort by criminals to take advantage of naive IR types like Frank Benedetto, who doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's in on it. I don't know. I met the guy once. Same with Lou. Maybe Lou didn't know what he's talking about. But I darn sure tell you, COSM knew what they were doing. Hey, if you help us out here, pay these guys. Hire them, pay them, tell them this, pitch them. We'll make sure we get you $30 million. That's how it works. The squeeze stopped, and it's a new day. I was mad from then. And I hear so much flashback, talk back that, oh, don't, Lou's a good guy. Hey, he is a good guy. I like Lou. I never met him. Frank Benedetto has a family. He's just trying to raise his kids. Yeah, okay, I got it. Gus Fliakos has the best company since sliced bread. He's got contracts in Europe and Canada, and he's got contracts. Oh, you can't believe these contracts. He's got contracts that will knock your socks off. He just needs the money. Well, he never could raise the money before, ever. All these contracts. Suddenly, he's able to raise 35 million. That was the shorts rescuing the Kramers and buying time for Alpine. I get all this blowback on it. That's what happened. They were either stupid, they didn't know what they were talking about. They said that it's going to squeeze when that changes the name. I mean, the only person that doesn't know that that's wrong is a kindergartner. It's going to squeeze when they change the CUSIP. It has 2,000 short. During that time, Frank Benedetto came out in a tweet and said to somebody, not to me, oh, Kurt Kramer would never say that about, he's a gentleman, I know him. Something, I'm paraphrasing. They all know each other. They help each other out. That's where the money is. So Hogan, your friends, because I think you're one of them, stopped the short squeeze in GTII. And my gut told me from that time it was over, although it had some more attempts, and the company didn't give up. They issued a dividend, just a stock dividend. It hasn't worked, but it certainly gummed up the works. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that. And then Finger last year had it took on some power, boys. I saw, Hogan, your friends shorted 100 million shares of Finger in 10 days. I saw it. It was on FINRA. I saw the price after Lou Bravo got everyone to go to COSM. I saw it. Took it from 9 down to 1, or almost 1. Now, there's a gentleman from Amex that says, you can't trust those numbers. They did private placements. That's what it is. You don't see the delivery. 100 million shares? Well, no, during the day, that's what they sold, but you don't see when they're buying it back. it's just somebody not seeing what's right in front of their eyes. Your friends, Hogan, destroyed Finger. But guess what? Finger came back gangbusters. It roared back. And people were making money in the calls and in the stock. But then around August, July, August, it gave up the ghost again. And you guys have been having fun with it. Why did it give up the ghost? Partly the lockdown in China extended longer than it did here. Partly because some of the deals they were doing because of the lockdown, because of the slowness, took longer to show up. Partly because the Lynn Partners settlement took, I'll look it up next time. I'm not going to look it up now. Took a while to get that done. They went into litigation. They offered to buy back their entire debt for Lynn Partners with penalties, with interest, and Lynn Partners said no. Who does that? Because they're working for the criminals. They're working for you, Hogan. So they couldn't buy it back. They hired West Christian and they settled. And it took a while to get that done. And then I think their third quarter, fourth quarter, one of those quarters last year wasn't all that great because there was a transition going on and because China hadn't come out of the lockdown. Well, I was up when NASDAQ promoted them to their exchange. CEOs believe this is great. Adina Friedman works for the shorts. She works for Carlyle. She works for Griffin and Cohen and Goldman. She doesn't work for the CEOs. Not by her actions. Not by her actions. It's all in my opinion. Everything I say is. So once they got on NASDAQ, all of a sudden derivatives could be created. And your friends, Hogan, go to work shorting the stock, shorting the stock, shorting the stock, shorting the stock, shorting the stock. What effing $100 million deal are you talking about? I never told you about a $100 million deal. You're making that up. I haven't seen that yet either. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Why should you see it? Why should you see it before anyone else? Hogan. There happens to be a $100 million deal I heard about. I don't think that one's been announced yet. And it could be bigger. I actually heard bigger numbers, Hogan. It hasn't been announced yet. You're talking about China. You're talking about Finger Motion, who does things the correct way. You're talking about proper reporting and full disclosure and widespread disclosure. You're talking about trouble you're going to be in. So, what's the scam in GTII, Hogan? You guys? Yeah, I would agree. You guys are the scam. But GTI from the jump was a short squeeze play. From the jump. They did everything they could. I'd say a dozen different things to catch out the shorts because settlement, as you know, Hogan, settlement never occurs on Wall Street. Never. If it does, it's just by accident. And that's how you and your friends cheat. And then you come here all self-righteous. No, there's no scam in GTII. Now, it looks like there was some, and I haven't studied it, it looks like there was some wrongdoing once the CEO took over last August. He started holding on to his baby. You'll have to read the filings and follow that. I don't know. I've never talked to Reichman. I don't know the other people there. So I don't think, and I wonder what's the scam exactly? Who benefits from this scam that you're alleging? That you're just ad hominem saying? That's so people don't listen to me? I don't care if they listen or don't. I've done that, Hogan. I congratulate you. You won. You stole a lot of money. And make no mistake, just because you got away with it, you broke the law. You broke securities laws. But hey, Hogan Smith. All right. What's with the $100 million deal with Finger? God. "15 days ago, Hogan Smith, I know you're busy. You got a lot of stocks to short. 15 days ago, July 9th, Finger Motion debuts advanced solutions for nationwide emergency response management. Zhuzhu, their subsidiary, has ventured into the development of crisis and emergency response solutions specifically for collaboration with dispatchers, first responders, and healthcare agencies in the event of emergency situations in China. Zhuzhu Technology, a subsidiary, has received its first order for its advanced mobile integrated command communication platform, C2 platform, to be installed in all vehicles. It's going to be installed in all vehicles and apparatuses involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. Hogan, it's not here, but I've heard separately that's 5 million vehicles or apparatuses. I've also heard it's $100,000 in installation. It's a government contract. So it's only 2 cars right now. So Hogan Smith, if you take 5 million, well, where is the proof? Where's the proof of that? Where's the proof? I was told it by somebody I trust. I don't see it in writing. I've Googled it. I can't figure out if it's 5 million. I found 2.8 million. I called it 2 million. But let's use 5 million and go to the extreme times 100,000. Where's that? Where's the proof on that? Well, 100,000 per vehicle. That's a $500 billion contract, Hogan. You haven't seen a $100 million deal. I haven't seen that yet either because I don't read the news. I'm just so busy hitting the sell button on every stock, and I don't have time to follow this stuff. Well, I find it hard to believe, personally. I find it believable there's 5 million vehicles and apparatuses in China for this. It's a big country. I find it hard to believe it's 100,000 a vehicle. So if you call it 10,000, that's a $50 billion contract. I find 10,000 a little hard to believe myself. So let's just call it a $1,000 per vehicle installment. That's a $5 billion contract in revenue, top line. What does Finger get out of it? 20%. I don't see that here. How do you prove that? This is a scam. Again, I heard it from somebody I trust. I'm not saying I can verify it. But if it is 20% at $1,000 a vehicle, that's a $1 billion contract net. $1 billion contract net announced on July 9th, Hogan Smith. And you haven't seen that yet either. In case you missed it, Zhejiang, which is a subsidiary of Finger, has received its first order for its advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform, C2 platform, to be installed in all vehicles and apparatuses, I assume drones, involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program, to be installed in all vehicles. So Hogan, you're obviously in such pain from your losses in GTII because you stood like a statue. And you clearly believed GTII was a scam because that works. That works. That's what bashers do. Call it a scam. Call it a scam. I'm caught in a scam. I can't get out. Fine. Whatever you want to think it is. But finger motion for you to say what's with the $100 million deal? I just showed you a deal here that's for all vehicles, 5 million of them. It doesn't say that there. Hogan, why don't you wait? There's a premier institutional brokerage firm in New York City who wants to meet with management of Finger before the end of the month. Institution, big. It's on their calendar. I don't see any evidence of that. Sounds like a scam to me. Hogan, good night. Ham forwarded a Twitter comment that said in South Korea or China, they're going to treat short sellers the way they used to treat horse thieves in the Wild West. We are in a free country with free speech, but YouTube, you can't say the word. Can't say the word. So he forwarded it and he said the word, and that's why he's not on Twitter. Thank you, Hogan, for trying to cast aspersions on him. And I admire all the work you've done over the months. I've seen your name. I've seen your participation. I really want to thank you for coming on and causing people doubt, because they should doubt everything. And they should listen to you, because I can tell that you have their interests in mind. Yeah, I think I can, Don. I've been thinking how to do it. But yes, I think I can. Yes. GTII down to a freaking penny? What the F is going on? Unbelievable. Are they targeting every stock you and Ham call out? Sure seems like it. Yeah, I think they do. What's going on with GTII is a year ago, the whales made an excellent offer to the CEO. The CEO decided to hang on. And it's been a year-long battle. I believe somebody came in from your side of the fence to queer the Toronto mine deal. And you guys have been shorting it ever since. So what the F is going on with finger is, with GTII, is either intentionally or because they ran out of money or on advice of counsel, they did not make their financial filing. There's a new category created by the shorts, called expert market. Finger suddenly is trading in the expert market. You can buy and sell, but the bid and ask is only available on an unsolicited basis. In other words, the market makers only have to show it if they want to. So you guys, like rats coming out in the night to jump all over a half a prime rib dinner that was thrown away, you're all scurrying, or a trash bag that you got in, you're scurrying all over it, but it's behind a screen and you're making money you can't believe. But it's not over. It's not over. You have the whales, you have lawyers, you have people that are going to fight. It's not over. So congratulations. Congratulations, Hogan. Congratulations, but it's not over. And yes, I think you do attack every stock we talk about. I do think that. Hogan, Ham needs to pump the brakes. People are losing their ass, William. None of this is good. Finger doesn't look any better. Well, with your kind of analysis, I'm sure you feel that way. Look, Hogan, if you don't want to own Finger, don't own it. Hogan, the stock market is a risky place. If you want safety, go back to your mother. Hogan, if somebody listening to him put $10,000 in, GTII is zero. Half and half. 5,000 is gone. Now the Finger is worth 2,000. 3,000 is gone. It doesn't look good. But to a guy like you who just creates FUD because you don't study anything, because you don't have to, all you have to do is hit a sell button. You don't know, but Finger is about to not only have a ton of revenue projectable, not only have a ton of cash flow projectable, not only you have money raised not through equity, not only have another contract coming, not only have a huge investment firm, well, compared to what's left, out of New York, possibly putting it through their system as a buy, not only having a huge short position have to cover, they're going to have earnings. Maybe not this quarter, maybe not next quarter, but certainly very soon they're going to have earnings that are positive and growing and stay that way. And then, Hogan, you guys are going to run away like rats from that trash bag. As soon as the light's shining on it and drums are banging, you're going to scurry into your hole and run down the block to another trash bag. Now, what could happen to Finger when you find out that they're not raising money with equity? What happens when you find out that an institutional brokerage firm has put it to their system to buy? What happens when you find out that maybe it starts crossing some numbers where there's buy-ins? What happens when you find out, Hogan? Not only this contract is in place, there's a new contract in place. What happens, Hogan, when you find out that the insurance contracts that they've been working on start generating revenue, Hogan? What happens, Hogan, when you find out that the Apple Care, which has been delayed, gets revitalized, Hogan? I suggest that in this example, finger motion could go to 4,000 or 6,000 over the next few weeks, months. I'm not telling you to buy any, Hogan. I mean, you've shorted so much. How can you could buy some just for the fun of it. But what I'm also telling you, Hogan, you can't read my writing, but I'm telling you that this example finger could go to 15,000. And then that pays for GTII. The only reason when there's a lot of stocks, they don't work is because you guys keep the pressure on all the way down. But thank you for pointing out that you want Ham to stop because you're afraid. You're afraid of what Ham's doing. And also, thank you for pointing out that you've been effective in getting people to lose their ass. But I think some people can make some money back. None of it's good. I agree. What you do is not good, Hogan. What you and your friends do is not only not good, I find it evil. And finger doesn't look any better. I don't think the chart, if you're talking about charts, I looked at it earlier. It's not the best looking chart. On the other hand, I can see where it could snap up in a heartbeat. But Hogan, I can see you've studied finger. Earlier, you didn't even know where the contract was. So if you study finger, tomorrow at noon, there's going to be a question and answer with the CEO. If you study it and you feel like you should sell more, because I think you are already selling quite a bit. But anyway, if you feel you should be selling, as Ham would say, knock yourself out. I don't think, Hogan, what's going to be frustrating for you, coming on here and scaring retail to get retail to sell, I don't think that's going to be enough in the future as it relates to finger motion. Why? There's going to be a big institution. I know who the institution is. I don't know the result of the meeting, but if that institution comes in, puts it out to their institutional sales force to buy, sayonara, Hogan, sayonara. I think finger looks great. It could go lower. Any stock can go lower, especially with guys like you shorting it. But I think finger is not going to take any more money from you. Finger's not going to raise equity money down here. Finger just has a massive contract. And you come on here with your attacks just to get people not to forget about how massive that contract is. But you don't want to hear it. So wait. Wait until this institution writes a research report. Wait till this institution maybe puts out a buy to their institutional system. See what happens then. Wait till earnings are announced next quarter. Wait until the following quarter. In the meantime, keep shorting it. Knock yourself out, Hogan. I did register already. Now you're sounding like a real person. That's the problem with the bashers. That's one of the things they do. I think the management GTI has to go, whether they're in prison or not. If you want them in prison, then that's going to be lawsuits. And then that means it wipes out these shareholders. The best path forward for GTII is to make a deal with the guys in management, the girls and guys, let them off the hook, let them walk away scot-free. Keep the company, keep the shareholder base, which these, anyway, I got to keep my mouth shut. Keep the shareholder base, keep the short position, and go to town. And maybe we can catch out the criminals there. But if you want them to go to prison, you're going to lose your money in GTII. Please stop obsessing about GTII. Write it off in your head. The other guy said he was a grown-up. Write it off. Now, Finger, you said you had a great feeling about the Finger CEO. He's great. He is fantastic. He's a gentleman. He works carefully. He doesn't make mistakes. His team loves him. His investors love him. It's slow in China. But they also don't forget who their friends are. And you say you're confused what's happening with Finger? You guys are shorting it. You're selling stock that doesn't exist, and you're doing it every single day. And now you're trying to cross stock so you can move good money from accounts that matter to you to throwaway accounts so you can walk away. You know what's going on. You're not confused. I'm not. I'm definitely going to take step profits. Absolutely. You don't have to do it. I mean, when you have an instinct, Donna, you can let it run a bit if you want. But the first 1 or 2 trades out of here, or 5 trades, or 10 trades, let's take the way I was taught, Donna, and being younger, I didn't listen. The way I was taught by one manager at what's now Morgan Stanley, he would say, Billy, what you got to do, if your stock doubles, sell a third of your position. And if it goes up again, sell it, doubles. I never knew if he meant if it doubled again or if it went up by a third or whatever. But if it doubles again, if it goes up again, sell another third. Then you've doubled your money. So maybe that's what he meant. Double again. And then let the rest go. And of course, I didn't always do that. I paid for all my GTI at 8. Halo 72, to quote that that representative that wore fuchsia and glasses and said to Kimberly, whatever her name was, Cheadle, you're lying. You're lying, Halo. And I don't know why you do that. Do you know someday, Halo, that you too are going to have to meet your maker someday? I mean, I'm scared about things I've done. But to be outright greedy and to lie and to spread FUD and to strip people of their wealth, to destroy companies, just so you can bring some lucre on your side of the table? I think God's going to expect quite a bit out of you. I don't think there'll be heaven, at least not at first. I don't know your faith. I can guess it, but I'll keep that to myself. I don't know if you have purgatory or hell. I don't know if you have Jesus Christ. But one thing scares the heck out of me. I did not know you. So, Halo, thanks for your lies. GTII is trash. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. You don't you don't you don't have an argument with me on that. I don't proof my emails. The 10K was criminal. Yeah. Look, here on this, I'm not covering my ass, Matthew, but whatever. Last August, I was asked to be, July, August, I was asked to be CEO through channels. I said, sure. I'll change that. But I know for a fact what was going on. And it could have been great. The whales were offering, anyway, I don't want to go through it anymore. The fact is, Reichman decided to squeeze the butterfly. The wings are broken. And now the insect is dead. Can we keep talking about GT? I'll do it all the way down. It's such useful energy. It really is useful energy. GTI is not going up tomorrow. Is not going up in August. Is not going up in September. It's probably not going to go up in October. It's not going to do anything for your financial situation. While you bemoan it and listen to these liars, the stock market is going to have the last rally in the longest bull market that you've ever seen. The secular bull market from 1980 to 2025 is going to end with the largest liftoff that you've ever seen, and you're going to spend it talking about effing GTII. It could be over within 30 days. It could be over within 6 months. I don't know, but it's coming. And you're going to spend your time talking about GTII. Silver's going to double. The small caps, the thing is, the stocks we're in, the stocks that they have a ring fence around the stocks under $1 billion. So it's going to be a few of those that go up. A lot of them are going to be under pressure. But the Russell, the NASDAQ, the Dow, oil stocks, gold miners, stocks you know about, I don't know about, they're all going up. Or they might. But we're going to spend the next 90 days talking about bull manure and just be not opening our eyes to other things we can make some money with. Now, I'm not talking about what guys are doing directly to make a difference, but they're not on here spreading FUD. They're trying to make a difference. That can work. It's going to take time. But the bull market is going to finish probably before GTI ever gets out of this. And I'm telling you, it's the last rally in the bull market. Have you prepared your head that you need to start getting out of equities before everyone else does, before you're wiped out? And I'm not saying you have to get out of all the small stocks, because the market in small stocks could survive it. I'm talking about the behemoths. The one you danced with all the way up. It becomes a market of stocks. But those 7 or 8 stocks, are you going to buy puts on them? Are you going to study how to do that? Are you going to buy puts on banks? Are you going to buy puts on? Do you realize that the science has led to a situation that is possible over the next 5 years? Our hospitals are going to overflow. Are you looking at any other alternatives to try to make, or you're just going to bitch and moan about GTII? And I'm not talking to everybody on here, I'm talking to Halo 72 and Hogan Smith and the rest. Hogan Smith, you're getting your full 15 minutes. The worst stock I've ever bought. Pissed I fell for 260 million. You're obviously haven't been listening. 260 million naked shorts is in finger. There's no way to prove it, but it's in finger. With GTII, believe it or not, what Ham says is 500 million. I stopped talking about the shorts in GTII a long time ago. Not because I don't believe they might be there. I just think, well, your friends. God, I hate this fucking computer. All right, now it's going to all reverberate. So I need to, if I put these on. Does this work to talk? I don't know if this works to talk. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to keep talking, though, as if you can. Let's go back up to Hogan. Good evening, everyone. Mantan. Hey, Will, I sold my GTI at 12 cents, tried to buy back at a penny. Yeah, there's no winning, but I really don't think you should, um, unless you're trying to buy it as a long-term strategy, I don't think you should try to buy GTII to trade. I could change my mind as things evolve, but I wouldn't be buying GTII to trade. Chase Oliver is a libertarian. I don't like the libertarians. They're too libertarian for me. Why do I do those live streams? What value do they provide? Why do you join Halo? Just to be a jerk? I don't know why I do them. What value do they provide? I think it helps me sometimes because I feel like I'm doing something. I'm not sure I am. And I think there are people here who help me. Why do I do them? Last month, I got a check for $300. And most of that was because of one guy donating a super chat. So I do it because of the money. I started doing them, Halo, because you guys had GTII and Finger under attack so much. I had gotten a lot of my friends in the stock, or stocks is a better word. And I was listening to him on his calls. And it got down to where I felt like Ham was just, he's a strong guy, but I just thought he was up against it. And I didn't know what else to do. So I started doing videos. I went down to the SEC before anyone else did. I bought a little stand. I put a camera out. I called out Gary Gensler and I told the story. I went over to Hogan Hartson or whoever the lawyer is, stood out in front of that. I went to the other law firm. I went in front of NASDAQ and I did some videos. And then I did some videos downstairs. I did some videos outside. But then one day I was sitting outside and I said to myself, what if I did it live? I didn't know what I was doing. I set it up and I hit the live button. I thought it would just be a test. It went live. And so I started talking and I started having lives. And Halo, I know what you want to do. You want to get me not doing lives, even though I feel like I don't add anything here. You want me lots to stop talking so you can continue your crime in the dark. Thank you for your question, Halo. It's a head game, right? 1 penny to 10 cents. No, stay away from GTII. The 1 cent to 10 cents is a trap right now. If you buy at 10 cents, they're going to rip you off. Just stay away, Pharaoh. GTI is a danger zone.
right now. It can change. It can change. But right now it's a danger zone. I'm voting for Trump Vance. I'm ready for laws to be enforced again. The border to be closed and the yeah, all of that stuff. I don't know. I remember a time, Donna, before women took over, and I say that on purpose because I read a short, uh, opinion piece on it. But I remember a time when sex wasn't out front everywhere, anywhere. I just saw a young girl bragging that her body count was 100, is 100. She's 20 years old. She just turned 20. I'm like, I just remember a different time, I don't need that, I guess. Exactly, Donna. Why does he watch him? What happened 5 years ago? I lost my house. I mean, I actually, that was that, anyway, it's a long story. I had a meeting in Madrid. I was meeting a very wealthy man, and I was bringing one of my wealthy clients who I also treasured as a brother. And another guy showed up, and we were meeting in Madrid. It was all last minute. I had to fly out. And the person I had signed a contract with, and she was meant to wire money to the hedge fund who had taken over my mortgage. I called her, emailed her. Oh yeah, I'll send it. And she had the money, and she was very good at real estate, owns a lot of properties. And I told her I wanted two things. One, just let me stay there until you need me out. I'll get out right away. I won't delay anything. But I've been here 23 years. Uh, let me. So she said, sure. I mean, I wasn't going to screw her in that. I said, the only other thing I want is the first right of refusal to buy back the property. That's the only thing I want. And I did a lot of work, and she didn't believe it necessarily. But I think my house had, in a renovation, had at least $1 million. One of the architects slash developers told me it had a $2 million profit, and one said higher, a couple others were in between there. And so, but even in a flip, it could be flipped. So anyway, I was landing London at 6:37 in the morning. I was I used to be Virgin Gold, so I got to use their shower, take a 20-minute nap. I took the tube down, the express train down to what's that train station right there? I forgot it right now. Anyway, there's a train station on the express that goes right outside of Hyde Park, London. The park. Darn it, my brain. It's Lancaster Gate or something. It's right near there. But anyway, I met another friend of mine and client. We had lunch, and then I hopped back, got on the flight to Madrid. I landed Madrid late. Well, I mean, the plane was on time, but I landed, I'm trying to remember, at like 3:30, 4 o'clock their time. I went right to the hotel, met the new guy for a cocktail. He brought his girlfriend. And I might be mixing meetings up. And anyway, then we went over to dinner to meet the wealthy guy, my friend, the wealthy guy. We all sat at dinner, had a nice dinner. I had some wine, and then afterward, we met at a different place, and had tried to enjoy all that. But what happened at the airport when I landed Madrid, before I was meeting all these guys, before I was trying to organize a very important whether it be a transaction or not, I don't know, because the money was raised, but organize a very important move forward in a company. I landed in Madrid. I called back to my friend. I won't say her name, but I said, "Hi, did you wire the money?" "Oh, no, 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 no. I'm doing it this morning." I said, "What are you talking about? You said you'd do it." "I didn't. I'm in California." "How? You're in California? You said you'd wire it Monday or Tuesday." "All right." I'm trying to solve the problem. I said, "All right, when are you going to wire it?" "Well, the bank's open at 9 o'clock." I said, well, how's that going to work? The auction of my house is at 11:55 in the morning. So she went down to wire the money from California. I called another friend. He went over. He has a lot of money. He went over to the auction, but he's very good in stocks. He's shit in real estate. And a young woman, apparently a pretty woman, I don't know, I wasn't there, started bidding on my house against other people. The guy that bought it put down $2,000 and he won the bid. My friend didn't bid, who was there. He said, "Haas, it was too expensive." Haas. Anyway, so the guy bid, won the bid. And I came back. The reason I told you that I went out to dinner, met another, it was a Southern Spain gold and iron guy. And then I came back to my hotel and my phone bleeped and I got a text message. "I'm so sorry." No, she didn't say "I'm." She said, "So sorry, Bill." That's all I got out of it. So then I came home. I flew back the next day. And maybe it was the following day. I can't remember. But it was a quick trip. I flew back. I landed. And I got home. And there was a notice on my door. Yeah, I landed Thursday. The auction was Wednesday. So yeah, it was a quick trip back and forth. I landed Thursday, and I got a notice on the door. And on Friday, the developer brought 13 people to my door. He was going to change the locks. um, uh, go through the house, and he was going to take possession. He had only put $2,000 down, and then he defaulted on the contract with the court. And I had another chance, and I went back to her. I fought this. I went back to her because I'm loyal. Um, I don't know why. And I said, we have another chance here because the guy defaulted. He never put up the money. So this is about 9 months later. And my attorney had called and said, we can do this. So I needed, he said, you need to file bankruptcy so you can stop this, and then we can control it, and we can negotiate with the creditors, and then you can develop the property or do whatever. So I saw her. She's great. By the way, she wired $500,000 the previous time. She just did it in the afternoon. It was too late. I told her, nobody on the phone knows how pretty you are. You have to do things on time. You cannot try to finesse it. But anyway, she did wire the money late. So anyway, and that was only going to be part of the money anyway. But the sort of, I think it was May, April, May, we started talking to the hedge fund. Hey, all you need to do is send, I forget what it was, 25 grand, 40 grand, something. And we'll work with you. We can work with you. Well, in the meantime, I was doing real estate with a friend of mine from Merrill Lynch who went to Dartmouth, had a lot of family money, and a guy I set up. And I didn't know it. We had a project that was just about to come to fruition. My share of it was 60 grand to my memory. Well, it turns out those two guys, one was my friend from Merrill Lynch. The other guy was a guy that I introduced to the investor. He had no investors, and I had worked with, and I always supported. He went down and changed the title on this other project, changed the title in court to a different LLC, and they had already sold the project, and they kept the money. I didn't get any money. Had I had my share, had I had 25, 40 grand, I could have wired the money myself, but they stole it from me. I was a bit upset, by the way. So anyway, I went to her. She said, great, we can do it. She got on the phone. She did a lot of work negotiating, all that, ready to go. And then whatever week one was, I said, my lawyer all of a sudden became a hard ass. He said, I'll do this. We'll declare bankruptcy, but I need $7,500 in my office before I do it. I had no cash. So I said, I asked her, can you wire the $7,500? Because we're going to be in bankruptcy. I can make sure that comes out right away. I have other monies coming. I just don't have it now. Of course, in her head, she's like, how'd you get to Madrid? She asked me that. How'd you get to Madrid? As if I'm hiding money from her. I said my client paid for it. I didn't pay for it. I just don't have the money. My father was in hospice, and my parents divorced many years ago. So my dad, very much like Joe Biden, my dad was in hospice. Great guy, show up. Hey, Bill, can I get you a beer? If you want, we can get up. We can he couldn't walk, but his mind, he could do these things. But he no longer had the checkbook. I couldn't ask him. My friend from Merrill Lynch had just stolen from me. I couldn't ask him. I did ask one person. She said, "I'm not Bank America." So I couldn't get it from her. So I turned to my friend who was my partner to develop the house. And she said, I don't understand why I have to send it now. This is typical of women. When you do business with women, they don't trust you. They don't trust that men don't have money, because their money is their money. Your money is their money. But if you don't have money, they think you're ripping them off. I don't know. She said, well, why is he going to? I said, look, he's the developer will settle with the hedge fund. Why is he going to do that? Why is he going to do that? Because the house next door to me, the exact same house, the identical house, just sold for $250,000 more. He bought it for $1.4 million. That house sold for $1.72 million. Call it $1.7 million. He's going to settle. Well, why would he? He didn't do it then. Why is he going to do it now? Trust me, he's going to do it. Can we just file this? I'll make sure you get paid back. This was like Tuesday or Wednesday of that week. So I said, all right, sure. She said, just let me take the weekend. Let me think about it over the weekend. And knowing what was going to happen, I asked my friend from Morgan Stanley, the guy I worked with, same office. Back then, I did more production than he did, and he has all the accounts that we worked with. Well, I mean, they're not my contacts, but when I was in London, he has a lot of the Middle Eastern accounts that we had. That my associate gave them to him. So he's got money. So I asked him, and we met at Clyde's on Wednesday night. And I said, look, I need to borrow $7,500 for a week. This other person is going to send it next week, but I need to borrow $7,500 now so I can file bankruptcy to protect my house, negotiate, and get that equity out. Now, he had helped me, to his credit, he had helped me fight these two guys that stole this other property from me. He had helped me with that, and very much so. And I'm very thankful for that. But this is a guy that has a ton of money. Money is a different scale to him than it is to the rest of us right now. But he ordered his vodka soda, and he's watching the game, and he's not really listening too much to me. And he said, no, I'm not going to give you any money, $7,500. And I said, why not? He said, Haas, you're living for free. Nobody lives for free. I'm not going to give you the money. I said, look, if I get the money, I can flip my house for $300,000, or I'm trying not to say her name. We will develop it, and she's going to get the first monies. I had promised her the first $500,000 in profit, and I said, what I can do is if I'm in bankruptcy, I can negotiate what I will owe in taxes. I can negotiate the liens. I can negotiate uh, um, the with the hedge fund. We can negotiate with the lawyers that have run up 120,000 in bills. I can avoid the auctioneer's fee of uh, it was 80,000. I can avoid the 80,000 auctioneer fee. Oh, no, 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 Huss. You're living for free. Get a job. I said, I'm going to have a capital gain tax. This is my asset. He said, no, Huss, I'm not going to help you. So I quickly finished the meal, thanked him, and left. And then I just had to wait the weekend to see if the girl was right, the woman was right, that the other aggressive developer would indeed not bid again. Well, he didn't do anything over the weekend. And to her credit, the next week on Tuesday, a full week later than when she said she needed time, she wired 15 grand to the lawyer, to her credit. So the lawyer got the money. He immediately filed bankruptcy on my behalf. I was nervous because I knew it didn't mean anything until it went to the court. It went to the court, and I thought, wow, this is great. We made it. Wednesday of the next week, I got a phone call from the lawyer. And he said, well, the other side called and they settled on the house on Friday. So in other words, that was the Tuesday that she said she needed time. The Wednesday I went to dinner with my friend, they had settled on that Friday. And it was the Tuesday that she wired the 15. And we filed that Tuesday. So I asked my attorney, and because attorneys don't believe that people lie, I asked him, well, they settled on Friday. When did the money transfer? Oh, it hasn't transferred yet. And I said, they didn't pay for it yet? Then they didn't settle. Oh, no, no, no. This happens all the time. I said, it never happens. Not in DC. The only time I've done 20 or 30, actually closer to 60 individual real estate projects over the year. Nothing ever settles until the money changes hands. He said, no, 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 it settled on Friday. I said, what proof did they give? They gave a backdated, pencil signed, notarized agreement from this developer's, and he's a jerk developer, hard ass, notary, backdated to that Friday. I said, they haven't settled. When are they gonna send the money? Oh, they're gonna send it on Thursday, the week we were just in. So I then fought it very hard, and COVID was going on, and I got a magistrate judge, and somehow I screwed up a filing. I was doing it on my own, and it went on for months. And the lawyer for the bad guy, I met with him. I offered to leave the house if they could give me, I forget what I asked for, 10 grand, I think, and 1 month. But I needed the money for storage and moving and to find a place to live. I met with them. He lost his temper. He wouldn't give me any money. We went back. We had an arbitrator, and he wouldn't give anything. So then I fought for a while. It went on for a while. He finally had to settle and borrow the money to buy it at 1.4 million approximately. And then his lawyer came on in with this commercial real estate obscure lawsuit from 40 years ago from Montgomery Ward, that because he had put up $2,000, he owned my property. I forget the rules, and I tried to fight that as much as I could. The bankruptcy judge retired. The lawyers laughed at me when I called in, and there was a new bankruptcy judge. So the landlord-tenant magistrate judge ruled, because I had somehow misfiled something, ruled in favor of this Montgomery Ward obscure ruling that the house had transferred. But the bankruptcy judge did not say that. So I was fighting there for a few more months. Finally, the bankruptcy judge listened to my case in front of everybody. And she said, well, sir, because the magistrate judge at the landlord-tenant office ruled that you had a contract, I can't break that contract in bankruptcy court, that they had a contract. I said, are you kidding me? Anyway, that's what happened. So he bought the house at 1.4 million, immediately flipped it for 2 million. And I felt the victim quite a bit. I was pretty angry with my one friend that felt like he had to teach me a lesson, that somehow I was living for free. Met with him again. He said there's a job at the gym where he had a front desk. They needed somebody to run the front desk. I met with the woman again and her real estate agent. They took me to lunch. She said they had a job for me at the front desk at the Jeep dealership. And you know, my friend from Merrill Lynch, who I did 20 real estate deals with, my attorney in that case never wrote a contract. So the first guy I introduced him to, they started doing deals without me, and then this guy started doing it. So I was working hard. I was working on a lot of real estate projects. I learned a lot. I was his eyes and ears. I was the banker. I was a lot of things, but I made very little money because for some reason he felt that it was okay that I didn't get anything. So anyway, I lost my house, Pharaoh, and I also lost a lot of friends. I lost my dad. My father died. My dog almost died. Thank God he's still alive. And I guess I lost my sense of, I wanted to die in that house. I really loved it. And I probably lost, without renovating, just flipping it, I probably lost about $800,000 negotiating, getting some of the fees out of the way and selling it. Although I would have given, if she wanted it, and if she had put up the money, I would have given this woman the first 500, and I would have paid off all the other. So I might not have left with a lot of money, but I would have left with no debt and with dignity. I think going to the landlord-tenant court was one of the most devastating things. I had to go over and over and over and over and over again, and it was brutal. And it was a very lonely experience. And I was angry for a long time. I was depressed for a long time. I was confused for a long time. And anyway, now I just try, Pharaoh, to tell myself that it was my fault. These things were my fault. And I try to move on. And Drew's friends made fun of me. I told him about it, but some of his friends or he himself posted all this on internet. It's amazing what people do. I think it was he. So it's been embarrassing. It's been tough. I don't feel that it's secure in life, because when you own your home, you feel secure. I don't feel ready for what's coming economically for everyone. And there's probably more to it, Pharaoh. But what I learned is that in real estate, you have no friends. And anyway, I don't want to talk about it anymore, Pharaoh. That's what happened to me. Susan, I'm sorry you're down that much. I'm down more, believe it or not. So when I give you advice and when I seem like I'm being abrupt or hard or harsh, I'm down a lot more than that in GTII. So I'm going through it. But I think you can make, I don't know how much finger you have. I don't think finger is the only thing you have to buy. You could buy silver. Wolf, I think, is a higher price now. So it's riskier. But I think there's 10 points upside in Wolf. I think there's some other trades out there. I like the miners, the Van Eck junior miners. I think that's going to go. I mean, well, I won't pitch the gold deal, but I think there's ways you can make that 30 grand back. And I don't want to be cavalier about it. That's a lot of money. But I don't necessarily think there's going to be 30 grand quickly back in GTII. Look, if I were in charge of GTII, I don't think I'm going to be, but the more I'm talking, I think I'll apply. I know how to make this come back for everybody. And I know that my interest would be, Susan, to be specific, that you make your 30 grand back and more. I wouldn't make a single decision that would cause you to be the word you use is crammed down. That's not a very elegant word. I wouldn't look. You have to make decisions to accept money and do things that might not on the first blush, but every decision I would make would be to make sure that your 30,000 would get back to you, not to some new investor, not to me, to you. But it's going to take its own life now. I know how to do. I'm a resource guy, so I know how to do that space. I've made the mistakes. I've had successes, but it looks like other guys are going to do that. So, well, we'll get there. Something good will happen. Novo Gold is great. Novo Gold is great. Gold is going to go. Gold is going to go so high, you're not going to believe it. Thank you, Martin, for your advice. Thank you, RW. Thank you, RW. Well, it's true to have long-term capital gains matters, but and that's one thing you give up by selling because you have to reestablish that. But I'm not X1. I didn't suggest to, I don't know how to make this a better view for you guys. I didn't suggest to Susan that she sell right now. I do think she could write it off at the end of the year, and that would make some sense to do. So in terms of having a long-term capital gain, I don't know if this is any better. In terms of having a long-term capital gain, I think she would have that for the rest of this year. I don't think there's going to be a big comeback without plenty of time to do it and to prepare for it. But you're right. You can decide for your own reasons that there's no advantage of establishing a tax loss. I don't think it's smart to sell the stock to establish a tax loss. I think at the end of the year, you can just write it off and start again, you know. Logic is LGIQ. Let me write it down. Don't, KYP, if you're still listening, I don't blame you. My morose story if you hung up. LGIQ. 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 Don't chase it. If it suddenly goes up, don't chase it. But if you can get it 2, maybe 2.5 cents, and they announce this, I bet they're going to try to sell it off. But in the press release, it said they were, I don't know if it said they had to, but they're going to try to get it done by the end of July. So maybe it goes to 4, 5, 6 cents, and that's a trade, you know, or maybe you stay in for longer. Thank you, PS71. Thank you. PS71, I don't know if you listened before, but I will tell you, things I've heard are going well with Logic. And I think they're going to break up the 3 deals. I think it's probably because the lawyer has told them they need to. Because as soon as the deal is signed, sealed, and delivered, you can't delay it. As the CEO, you have to announce it. It has to be fully disclosed. So I'm thinking of what I can say, but I think they're going to announce the first deal very soon. Could be tonight, tomorrow, next week, if I'm right. It could be a little longer if I'm wrong. But that first deal, PS71, will give you 5 cents target. Hi, KYP. Susan, thank you. I am not a crook. I am not a crook. What's that? Did I do that? I think I did that somehow. I don't know how I did that. I'm not going to listen anymore. Ugh, so over the stock market. You know, Halo, that's the best thing I've heard all night. And it's so mature. See ya, I wouldn't want to be ya. Thank you, PS71. 3 hours behind. I feel like I'm behind my whole life. I'm still going, and I need to go, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. The ask price is 20 cents. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Doo, doo, doo. Don't be fooled. They don't give me a bid and ask. But Susan, don't be fooled, because the expert market, the bid and ask is unsolicited. So they're putting it out there because they want you to see it. They want your money. Just be careful. You can't trade it. Hey, Busy Brands KYP. Move on. Thank you, KYP. PS 71, I think you're going to have enough time until the big boy puts down $2 to $5 million. And I would say that could be, I'd say that's going to be September, but it could be sooner. Could be sooner, but I would say September. But if you let Carol know or me know, I'm sure we can get it in and say that's coming, so that even when they finally step up, you're already reserved for. I think the fact that gold is breaking out, what I know about that situation and the confidence I have doesn't mean, obviously, it doesn't mean there's no risk, of course. But the fact that the 2.5 million is committed for, that's all that team needs to get going and moving quickly. That's all they need. They want 4 to 5, which, so that'll be the total offering. But the fact that's coming in, it just gives me huge confidence that we're going to get a good result soon. But anyway, just let me know how much, and I'm sure I can reserve it. KYP. Kryptonian. I don't even know what time it is. I made a promise to myself to try to stand in for people who are hurting about specifically GTII, but also talk about other things. I got off because Pharaoh was so persistent. I got off on my own therapy. I assume I owe you each. You got to split it. I owe you $135 for 35 minutes of therapy. Hey, VO Warrior. Well, John Rambo, I'm glad you're at AST. I do want to do a video on the recent news on McCabe and Nextbridge. I have to say, I have some concerns, but they're not. I don't think they have to be alarming concerns about Nextbridge. Why? I think they're trying to get that trading. As soon as it trades, they can start screwing with us. And I just hope McCabe doesn't trade it or create a token or anything. I think they're already working on all that. I don't think it's going to affect what we get, but it might mean there's not a, what do you call it? Not a short squeeze. I can't think of another word, but a way that Nextbridge, if it were to trade, suddenly goes really high. The thing with Nextbridge is the value of that property, and I believe in the value of that property. Anyway, I'll try to, John, I'll try to talk about Nextbridge and McCabe. I have that. I probably don't have as much as you do. Let's stop talking about Fu, but Frank, yeah. I don't, just to be clear with Lou, I don't mean him anything bad. I think Lou did gave a lot of good advice. And in many ways, you could look back and say, well, that was good advice, you know? There's no right and wrong in advice, and there's no right and wrong in a particular stock. And I really do think Lou was trying to help people and show people how they can trade and make money. I'm just calling what I saw in terms of actors and what happened. But I think Lou did a lot of good things for everybody. And I think if he were here, he'd be doing a lot of good things. And I only wish Lou well. And he might have been bamboozled, KYP. He may not have known. It's just what happened. That's all I'm saying. But you know, it's not like if he hadn't recommended that, the criminals would have come up with something else. They were going to do whatever they could do to stop that squeeze. And so it's not that it's just that I get a lot of grief. What happened? That's what I think happened. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. I really do mean, I think Lou was teaching people and was showing people how to trade and how to think. And he had some good ideas. So I'm not, and shoot, more than one of my things I've pointed out have gone down. So no, I'm not trying to be hard on Lou. But whenever I'm answering that question, I bet I'm a bit defensive. I bet I get a little bit upset. And anyway, I don't say a prayer for Lou. I like that, VO. I like that. Wow, I'm behind. Move on from Hogan. Good lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Get us our money. Drill, baby, drill. Well, yeah, that's coming. The negative side of drill, baby, drill is prices come down. But the positive side is money starts flowing to the projects, and bigger companies acquire smaller companies. It's all good. It's all good. Dave, I'm really excited for Nextbridge from what I read in the last filing, was it a 10K? I can't remember what it was. It might have been an 8K. I don't remember what it was. But what I didn't see, people told me that there was an impairment. I didn't see that. But I did see that they had to redo their numbers from a couple of years, and et cetera, et cetera. What I liked about it is that it means he can go raise money. Now, he may have to do these first 2 quarters first, but he can raise money. I'm concerned that he's going to raise money at a low per share price, but I think it's awesome. He needs to drill 5 wells by the end of the year. He has to spud the wells and complete the wells by the end of the year to hold his leases. He's going to have money for that. He also needs, I read some of the wording in it, the summaries. He needs money to renew his leases. He's going to have that money. That's fantastic. It also sounds like he's going to be able to acquire more leases. It says they found 5 distinct reservoirs under the Oro Grande. That is fantastically good news. And that they're still drilling and they're going to go after the leases. It's very exciting. I think next bridge is going to be great. But Dave, get out of MMTLP. MMTLP is worthless. It's just an accounting placeholder to tell your broker dealer what they owe you in shares. Get over to NextBridge. Do it as quickly as you possibly can. Hey, VL Warrior. Without sounding corny, I love you guys too, more in a conceptual thing. But I love some of you personally that I've met. And I admire a lot of you too. And that guy asked me, why do I do this? One of the reasons is, I think when I turned on the computer, I think I was being guided a bit from upstairs. And I think I was seeking truth and doing the right thing. And I've met a lot of people through this, a lot, who are doing that same thing. And I'm amazed at the hard work, the selflessness, the pursuit of truth, and the not quitting of all these people. And one of them I can think of who's been threatened is Anna, Queen of Trades. Pray for her. I think of Jenny L, who never comes on anymore. I pray for her. I pray for her. There's so many of you. There's so many of you. There's a guy I met up at Atlantic City who lives I think he lives in a mansion on Long Island. Actually, I think he texted me. I need to text him back. Just a big-hearted guy. Big guy, too. He lost some money. He makes money. Great guy. I'm just amazed at how many good people are out there. So I guess one of the reasons I keep doing it is I don't think I've been given permission to stop. Not that I'm doing anything good. Most of the time I feel like I have done more harm. It'll change on Wall Street. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to change. Let me say it differently. I don't think it's going to change under the current regime. I'm not talking politics. This is big. It's massive. And it would be like saying to the banks, stop lending out our money. Just lend out only the money you have. It'll cause such a contraction in debt in securities loaning, in corporate finance. They're not going to do it. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. The real change is going to happen after the market collapses. But what's good, Matthew, is people know about it now. People understand it. They're not going to be able to replace it. The other way it can change, Matthew, is Ham's idea of setting up an exchange offshore. And the other way that it can change is China and Russia and Iran, uh, 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 Malaysia. These places are creating, I don't know what all these things are. These places are creating um, uh, honest exchanges, from precious metals to oil to securities. And that's where it could change too. Thank you, ESK, KYP, PYT. Move on. You blocked Hogan? You're the best. KYP, you're the best. I want to grow up and be just like you. Except I can't play pickleball. That's the only thing. Hogan is a fudster. Who cares? Right? Pineapple, you're right. KYP, email me here. I don't think I have your phone number, KYP. Email me there. Email me there. Or call me or text me. At Epiph. I don't know how to use X anyway, KYP. Game time. Don't worry about getting me laid. I'm maybe that's it. You're a good kid. Hey, Cheese McCracker. Oh, so when I used my phones, you could hear me. Hey, Kyle. Next time I'll start with my phones. David, you're the best. Okay, Bill, you have 20,000 of Finger. There's a call tomorrow. You can find it on the investor page at Finger Motion's website. You can also, I will sit here. I'll play it through my speaker tomorrow, so you can hear it. I already registered for it. It's at noon. Bill, I don't know if he will, but what I do know is the company intends. You know, the thing I just read about the contract, the press release I just read about the contract talked about 2 cars or 2 vehicles. Who's doing that? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. When I get a brand new computer, we'll do fun things. That's the first 2. The company apparently, Bill, plans on announcing every 2 weeks an update on how many additional vehicles they install it on. So you're going to get it every 2 weeks. You're going to get an update. So's the shorts. I bet he talks about that tomorrow. Maybe. I think Richard is, by the way, Blake, Richard has a heart of gold. Uh, uh, so many of these people, Junk, Busy, uh, Jenny, KYP, uh, uh, so many people, Blake, have a heart of gold. And Richard's one of them. Richard it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And he is unflappable. I think he can be successful. Blake, I did too. And I kicked myself on GTII. Why didn't? But here's the thing. You didn't know, and I didn't know, that the criminals had everything battened down. They have everything on their side. We didn't know that. And we only know it now. For all the world, Blake, and I take KYP's admonition. I'm not trying to pick on anybody, so I'm going to stop saying names. But I really thought that we were about to see that that breakout two Novembers ago. I really did. And had it broken out, I would have sold stock. I just didn't think at $9, $8, $7, like an idiot, that was where to sell. If it had popped up, to my memory, I would have sold some at 21 and at, I think 34. I can't remember. I had some orders out. So anyway, it didn't work out. So yes, it's not too much. Maybe you sunk too much in, but it's not completely. It's that the markets are allowed to be this way. You have a right to make a bet on price discovery. The current markets, there's no price discovery. They just criminally suppress the price without remorse, and it goes down and no one cares, and then they blame you. It's not fair to blame you. Who is you to question my faith and character? Who is you? I don't know. Is you is, or is you ain't my baby? I do question everything you say. My email address, KYP, is Farrand Balanced. So it's my name, Farrand, Farrand. Balanced. It's like Farrand Balanced News, only it's Farrand spelled differently. Farrand Balanced at Gmail. Farrandbalanced at gmail.com. I may apply. I don't know. I know the other. I think I know who else is doing it, and I don't want to do the wrong thing. Susan, it boils down to this though. I don't really trust in this game. And I go back to each of you that have asked questions, stock after stock after stock, and an advisor, people that mean well. We put our money up, and then we're reliant on the others to make their the proper decisions. And in this area, I trust myself. I mean, I've got a couple of areas in my life I don't trust myself, but in this, I trust myself, and I trust my motives. It's like there's a guy on Junk Space Call. His name begins with a J, I think. He talks a lot. Whenever Junk gets him up talking, he talks a lot. but he's very smart. He does a lot of hard work. I listened to him once, and he said something that I really liked. He knows when he gets on a call, whether it's with investors or with the companies or with the other side or what lawyers with the SEC, he knows he's calm, he's comfortable because he knows he's doing the right thing. He knows what his motives are. He knows, and I believed him. And I'd like to be. I think I'm a bit like that. Maybe you're still here. You're the best. I'd love to talk politics with you, but I won't do it here because KYP. I think Kamala can win, and you can put brackets around win, whatever, but I really think Kamala can win. The Who are you? Who are you? I don't know how to do Twitter, direct messaging. My email is Farrand. So one time when I was at Merrill, I had to make cold calls. And there's this guy, Mark Varner, big guy, great guy. We're all in this bullpen of like 70, 80 people. And some of us are staying late. I'm making my calls. This is Bill Farrand from Merrill Lynch. And anyway, so Mark stands up. And I didn't hear him at first. He's over there. He's just saying it to everyone. Yeah, this is Bill Farrand. F is in Frank. A is in. No, he said, how did he say it? I would say F is in Frank. A, double R, A, N is in Nancy, D is in David. And they must have heard it over and over and over again. F is in Frank. A, double R, A, N is in Nancy, D is in David. He gets up and he goes, F is in Farrand, A is in Farrand, R is in Farrand. It was his way of letting me know everyone was pissed off. So it's Farrand Balanced. Farrand Balanced at gmail.com, KYP. Or I'm going to finish and go walk my dog. My number is, I can't give it out. How do I type it, KYP? Oh, I can maybe do it here. Hey, wait a minute. I can do it here. Wow. KYP. KYP. Wow. I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I could do that. I don't do anything with that other computer because it freezes every time I do anything. It's all confusing to me. They get on there. Up in the Nest, you'll see, what the F is a Nest? And then how do you download it? And then the DM. I don't know how to DM. It's in your DM. I'm like, what the hell is it? I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to get ready to go walk my dog and try to not think about how I ruined your evening. Well, all in, I hope you get your certificate soon. You don't need to mail it in. I didn't mail mine in. And there's part of me that doesn't trust that they're not going to somehow electronicize it. But I would take a picture of it. For the time being, there's no urgency to move those shares in. But all in, there will come a time. There will come a time where you want to move them in before the stock, and maybe now's the time. Right now, you can pretty much move them in with no cost, no pain in the butt at all. But if you wait, let's say a year from now, and for some reason it starts trading, it might cost you $2 or $3 grand to move physical shares into electronic, and then it might cost you 2 months. You might have to prove the bona fides of fides of those shares, and you go through some other. It's a nightmare. So that's a long way off. I personally don't know that NextBridge is ever going to trade, and I hope it never trades. But right now, there's no real benefit from transferring them. They have your information. Arguably, there could be a fire in your attic and you lose them, and then you have to replace them. But if you have a picture in the cloud, that's not going to be expensive. There's no real reason to. The function is, their function is, they're the transfer agent. They keep the record of your shares in your name, and the company has it. If the company were ever sold or merged, or it started trading again, they could immediately put your shares out electronically in the system. We all know the system is corrupt. I hope he never does that, but that's their function. They're not really a clearinghouse. They transfer your shares from your ownership to the street name, to the electronic name. I don't know if I help. Yeah, I'm not into Kamala at all. I think she's, but I think she, it's dangerous. Let's not talk about it because I could go on too long. Don't give it out. There you go. Hey, there's Lucky. All right, everybody. Thank you. I answered every question, and I didn't do it well. I like what you showed me here, KYP. I like that I can type on that. I guess I should have figured it out. I'm going to get some sleep. Get some sleep. All right, everybody. Say a prayer of safety for Anna, Queen of Trades. Say a prayer of health for Jenny L. Say a prayer of health for Ham's son. Say, there's some other people. And I thank all of you for listening. Let's see what's here. I'm going to go. God bless you, KYP. I received my NextBridge certificate. Yay! 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 I feel like I did one good thing. I'll get up to the St. Peter, Susan, and he'll say, what about? And then he'll pull out a file and he'll say, but you helped Susan Michaels get her NextBridge certificate. You're in. Anyway, I'm going to sign off. I don't know where to sign off. I guess over here. So peace, love, and happiness. Maybe we should get a bouncer so these guys don't come on. But anyway, things are going to get better. I think it might be logic first. Small, not everything. It could be better. I mean, it'll get better. And then maybe finger. Wolf, I think, is in the middle of something. I'm really intrigued by the Junior VanEck Junior Miners Fund, ETF. And anyway, we'll think of other ideas. So peace, love, and happiness, and I'll catch you on the flip side.